Hello and welcome to another stream. Sorry about that it's been a while. I have waited another week to start streaming again just because on Tuesday, when I meant to stream, I got pretty sick and just did not feel like I had the energy to stream. So I ended up just waiting until today. And so today we're going to be doing what we were originally going to try to do on Tuesday, which is pull the code that we are using as a helper library for the project that we're doing and try to figure out if we can modify it and get it working in some way so that it can solve some of the problems that we're facing. Because right now, when we try to train a model using this project, it just isn't compatible with the existing libraries that are out there. But in theory, it should be compatible, and it shouldn't be too hard to get it compatible. So it'll just be a matter of playing around with it and seeing if we can't take a crack at getting it working. And in theory, at one point, it also was working. It's just that newer versions of different libraries have come out. Older things have been removed from the internet. So we need to get it working ourselves. This video is also going to double as a little bit of a way of how can you yourself take a crack at contributing to open source computing. So what we're going to start with today is talking a little bit about the main idea of what is contributing to open source programming. I'll have a whiteboard and everything that we can talk about that with. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this library itself, reading some of the contributing documents, the README, and everything. Then we're going to pull the code and make sure that we can just build the code ourselves based off of the latest version. And then I'm going to make some sort of small change, like improving one of the minor issues that we've had. That is a very quick fix. Put together the changes and submit a pull request to fix that. Now, for our purposes, we don't necessarily need it to be accepted on the main branch in order for us to get what we want. We technically only need to fix it on our local copy. But submitting a pull request is the kind of main part of open source programming that will allow us to help others who might be facing the same issue to have it fixed for them too. So that'll be kind of the scope of this part of it. And after that, we'll see where we're at, and the next thing would be fixing our larger issues at hand, which are reinforcement learning related. So, without further ado, let's get started. So I'm going to pull up a whiteboard. Okay, let's get a new whiteboard. So, what we need to do is we need to talk a little bit about how open source programming works. And let's get right into it. So basically, the way that a lot of open source code is working is that the source code, will be posted on a public repository such as GitHub. So in this case, we have the main branch of the code. From this main branch, this is the actual real source code. So this is the official version of everything with everything approved. What you as a user can then do is you can create an extra branch. You can fork off of the main tree and create a new branch for yourself that you can do whatever you want with. It's not the official branch, but you could create a fork, delete everything, and it won't damage the main branch at all. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the main branch in a process called forking, and we're going to have our own branch. So this will be our branch. With our branch, that's what we're going to then pull to our computer. So let's add some arrows. So this is our PC that we're then going to pull it to. We're going to make all the changes that we need to do. So we'll do changes and write new code and change how the old code works, etc. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do what's called a commit, where we take those changes and we overwrite them on our branch. And the last thing is, after we are satisfied with our branch, we're going to test it by running the built-in test cases. If we have to change something fundamental, we might write our own new test cases to also test it. If it succeeds, then we're good to not merge it back into the main branch, but submit a pull request. And this kind of completes the cycle of how software development on kind of Git managed repositories goes. You have this main branch of code, and the benefit of open source programming is that all the people who are in charge of the project have to care about is making sure that this main branch works and is doing what the community and what they are wanting to do. Then they view these pull requests that other people are submitting, and they can check it against the ideas that they have for their code, verify that the testing is working. There's all sorts of automated tests that you just write one line of code and it runs. You can automate all that testing, and they'll approve or deny the pull request, and that will update the main branch. So that's a little bit about the process of kind of open source code. And it's why we can just say, hey, we have a problem with how this works, let's try to fix it. In this case, on the left, this is the Git page for the open source Pokéenv library that we're using to manage the environment for the Pokemon battles. We are using Showdown to do the actual simulations, which Pokéenv uses Showdown, and it connects to Showdown. But Pokéenv kind of provides like a front layer between the Python code that we write and Showdown. So it manages the messaging back and forth with the server, what is and isn't allowed, so that you can kind of redo things if you make a bad move, etc. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's look more into this. So we are following this process, and this is our main library. So now what I'm going to do is, on GitHub, it's really easy. You can just click this fork button, which is what we're going to do. We're forking this library. And now, this is our own Pokéenv library. We could install it from here, we could do whatever, it's up to date, and we're good. So now what we need to do is we need to modify this. And you can see here, this contribute. This will allow us to open a pull request really easily. So there's like no command line work. You have to do it all with GitHub nowadays. Now we're going to open up the GitHub desktop application, which is fairly straightforward. What I'm going to do then is just clone a repository. I'm going to pull my Pokéenv library. I'm going to choose where it goes. I'm going to put it in here. I'll put it in Untitled AI. It's cloning and it will download everything. It might take a few seconds. And our goal is to contribute to the root library. So we don't have to change anything. We'll fetch the origin just to make sure everything is up to date. And of course it is, because we just downloaded it. And there we go. We won't need this application anymore until we are wanting to push our changes. And in fact, we don't need this window anymore. So, let me see if I can't... Pokémon Nuzlocke AI contributing to there. I've changed the title of the stream, so it's a little bit more relevant to what we're doing. Okay, so now what we can do is we can close out of this window for now, but let's open the correct folder in Atom, which for me is just a hotkey I can push in GitHub, but otherwise you can just go to the right folder. And we can see there's a huge amount of files going on here, which makes sense. This is a very large project with all sorts of built-in testing and everything. So we want to make sure that we can get this working. So I'm going to create a new window where then I'm going to go back to GitHub. Yep. And now let's see, do they have any information about running the tests? Doesn't seem like it, so we'll have to figure it out ourselves. But at least they do have some information about installing the dependencies, which was kind of obvious. If you have a requirements.txt, there's really no effort you need to do. But we're going to just follow that just to create our own environment. Okay, the way in Python that you do it is you say, first we need to create a virtual environment. So we're going to say Python env. This is basically just a copy-paste command. If you do it enough times, you remember. But what it's doing is it's just creating a virtual environment that then you can activate. So then if you install libraries, it's not going to install it everywhere. It's just going to install it in this one environment. It just helps when you are working on a lot of different projects not to mess up any of your other stuff because you installed something for a new project. So this is completely clean. And now we're going to say pip install -r requirements.txt. This will install a bunch of libraries. Okay. And now we need to do requirements dev.txt. Ooh. Unicode decode library. Let's see what it failed to install. It failed to install PyRcheck. All right, let's figure out why it's failing to install PyRcheck. Ah, awesome. Okay, so Pyre doesn't support Windows. That's cool. What can we do instead? I guess we don't need to install all of these requirements. It's just that we can't run any like Pyre checks on it, which will be a little bit annoying, but maybe we can just skip it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and manually install the rest, which are pytest, conv, pytest, timeout, Sphinx, RTD, theme, twine, and wheel. There. So that's going to install everything except for that one library, which is PyRcheck, just because we can't install it on Windows. All right. So that's very straightforward. The dependencies are all installed with that one exception. And let's see if we can't just do something like pytest. Okay, lots and lots and lots of errors whenever we tried to run PyTest. Let's just check to see. No module named PokeEnv. No module named PokeEnv. Do we need to install PokeEnv just to run these tests? That doesn't seem right. That's annoying. Maybe we can say python-m venv, or pytest. Nope, they're all complaining no module named PokeEnv. Let's check out the contributing .md and see if there's any sort of information in here. They recommend using Anaconda, but that's fine. Locally testing. So let's try running this, what they say. Let's say pytest unit tests. No module named PokeEnv. Pip install. Do they have? Python-m black. Did it not install black? That's weird. Their dev environment seemed to be a little bit outdated. I want to just see if we can get everything else working. Let's take a look at their pre-commit thing, because maybe using pre-commit will give us a hint. There we go. We need to tell PyTest what the Python path is. So PyTest Python path. We need to give it a path to the folder, which is a little bit annoying. -m pytest, and then the first one is unit tests. Yeah, we're still getting that error, so their testing stuff seems to not be super set up to just go, but I think it's because of this Python path. Like we are supposed to give it this folder source src. I was just trying to see if there's a argument for source that we can pass. Okay, if this is to be believed, we can just add a file called conf test to one of the folders in source, and it'll be perfectly fine. So let's create a new file, conf test, and let's see if that works. Nope, doesn't work. Let's see, Windows command line set environment variable. Okay, you just say set. So let's say set Python path is equal to source. And now let's try this again. Okay, we got different errors. That's good. No module name async test. Okay, so their dev libraries don't have all of the things installed. So let's say pip install async test is what it was called. Okay, we got some tests passed. 11 skipped, 34 warnings, and 3 errors. Did I not install this library? Okay, 1 failed, 163 passed, 28 warnings, and 3 errors. So we've almost got their testing set up working. And then we'll just need to do the last bit. Okay, these are the warnings. This failed, asserting that they worked. Does this assume that we have a local showdown set up? Because that might be the case. It might assume that we have a local showdown set up. Okay, so here it's failing because it's saying battle 0 end is not equal to battle 2 start. So the interactions are not lining up. Are there any other warnings that we can just get rid of because of other things? So that's 1 failure, but it seems like it's in their tests. Also, let's see, did they say anything about having a local one? Okay, 13 warnings and 2 errors. Okay, so maybe we can't just call pytest, maybe we have to call the folder too. Yeah, seems like it. Okay, and so this is failing in just one place, which is this one error right here, which I'm not sure if this is a known issue. Let's see. If we go and look at a previous contribution, we can see if it failed. Like here it's saying CI failed. Let's see why it failed. This one failed in running the integration tests. The failure was a completely different function. It does need a server in the background for tests. Okay. So it needs a server in the background. So let's spin up our Pokemon Showdown server again. Which is fairly straightforward. It's just am I gonna have to change the port? Yeah, I have to change the port real quick, so that'll be like 2 seconds. Yeah, because it wants 8,000. So let's say node, Pokemon Showdown, start, no security. Okay, Pokemon Showdown server has started up. And just to test, if we go to local host 8000, there's Pokemon Showdown. Okay, great. Let's try running it again. It still fails. And it's still failing in the same way. But I think that was actually the integration tests. Let's see. Okay, integration tests are going so well so far. Okay, while that's running, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break and get my soup that's downstairs. Alright, and I am back. But now I have soup with me, because I didn't eat dinner. So, where I left it, just whenever I was taking a break, was we pulled the code and are now trying to just test it to make sure that we can have it working here locally. But the issue is that even when we're just testing this basic install, it's failing tests, which is not good for obvious reasons. We go all the way back. There's the unit test errors. It's got Unicode decode errors. It's got an assertion error. So this is a failure. These are some errors that are all codec related. So we could just change the f.read to be using like Unicode. That wouldn't be too bad. But this failure is strange. We're not sure why that's happening. In fact, let's just fix the decode issue. So that's in Showdown format teams, which is in test constant team builder yield Showdown. So let's go to, can we zoom in, view? Unit tests. Not in test utils. Said test constant team builder yields. Team builder. Test constant team builder yield Showdown. Okay. So now in Showdown format teams. Showdown format teams. Oh, it's not in here. Showdown format teams also isn't in here. No results in here. Is it in test utils? Nope. Test data? Nope. Where is Showdown format teams? It says it's a fixture, but I'm not sure where this code is. Test laddering. Not in any of those. Test battle. Wow. Where is this function defined? Showdown format teams is the name of the function that's being run. Is it somewhere else? Something is running this function. You know what it might be? It might be somewhere in the actual source code. Maybe somewhere in the source code as they've defined it and they're just referencing it. Also, we can get rid of this conf test thing because this ended up not helping us. Nope, that's just a bunch of data. We need to find where this is defined, but I cannot tell from this. Conftest.py. Wait a second. Conftest.py. Is there a conftest.py somewhere? We just deleted one, but that was a new file. We created that. There was nothing in it. Conf.test.py. There's a conf.test.py somewhere. This is sometimes the pain of dealing with open source code, is that you weren't the one to write it, so you have no idea where things are. And you just have to kind of dig around to try to find it. I don't see it, though. Like, am I just blind? Oh, right here, conf test. There we go. So what we need to do is we just need to say something like encoding equals UTF-8. This might be because I have a foreign language machine. So we just need to tell it needs to use UTF-8 in reading stuff. Let's see if that worked. Nope. Errors. Lots more errors. Read takes no... Oh! Sorry, it's in the open that we do it, not in read. Right. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, so now, other than the 28 warnings, we've made progress. Now there's just one failing case. There are no more errors. So we can check the warnings just to see if there's a reason for it, but I think it's just because it's just saying async def. Oh, it's these deprecations, because I use a more modern thing, a more modern version of Python. So it's telling us stop using coroutine, use async def. But that's fine. That's not a huge deal. And in fact, I think it might not even be in our code that's the problem. So the warnings, perfectly ignorable. The only thing that isn't ignorable is this one failing test. Because we didn't write this code, so why is it failing? So here it's saying it's failed in unit tests player test laddering parallel, where it's asserting that battle 0 end is equal to battle 2 start. Let's go to, let's see, test laddering. So it's player/test laddering. And this is the only test that's failing. We need to make sure that all of this stuff works before we make any changes, because otherwise, if we make a bunch of changes and it's not working, we won't know if we were the cause or not. Additionally, it's very likely our pull request would get rejected if the tests aren't all passing. Okay, so test laddering parallel. This method is what's failing because it's going through and it's asserting that every other one in interactions is going to be search start and then battle blink start, and then search start and then battle blink start, then search start and battle blink start. And then search start and then battle 3 start. So they're testing it for 0, 1, 2, and 3. They're not testing it for battle 4. This is a weird test. I'm not sure why they're doing this, because they're asserting that it goes in a certain order. And I'm not really sure why that matters. Like, why does it matter if they go in a certain order or not in the interactions for battles? Max concurrent battles equals 3. The other question is, does this sometimes work? Is it just like that it fails sometimes and it doesn't fail other times? If we just run it over and over again? No, it seems to be pretty consistently failing, and consistently failing in the same way that it's getting Battle 0 end when it's trying to see Battle 2 start. So Battle 0 is ending faster than Battle 2 can start. That's a little bit interesting. I guess for now, since we know that this is just the problem, to get it testing, we can get rid of this one part, and we can see that it fully works. So it's just that it seems it doesn't go in exactly the right order here. So this is a fairly critical part. Critical to do. But for now, that's the one area that it's failing. And it seems like a pretty niche issue. So for now, we're going to just comment out the one part that fails, which is just a slight misordering, and make sure that it works with everything else, and then dig into it. But we know that this issue is not caused by anything we've done because we haven't touched the code. So, perfectly fine. Alright. Let's go ahead and dive into that then. So, the only changes we've really made is one to conv test to make sure that it uses UTF-8 encoding. And then we've commented out one part of the test just so that whenever we make changes, we can make sure that it's still working. Okay, I had some of my soup. Now, the very first issue that I think would be a good thing to tackle is actually pretty straightforward. It's something that I raised a little bit ago whenever I was doing the trainer AI. And so it's something that is a minor inconvenience, but would be worth tackling, and then we could try to solve it. It's been added to to-do 22 days ago, so we can just try and see about fixing it. The exact issue in this case was that we have like some moves that can cause a status impact. Walshy, thank you for the follow. We're just digging into fixing up some minor issues with our library that we are using from the internet. But yeah, so this issue is just that some status impacts are very subtle, and they're not like the normal statuses in Pokemon where it'll show that you're paralyzed or even that you're confused, where it doesn't show it as a status icon, but it's clear that you're confused. There are some extra things such as minimize, where you use the move minimize and it increases your evasiveness, but if an opponent then uses a move like body slam, it will do extra damage. It'll do double damage to you. So we need to be able to know, is the opponent minimized? And that's not a currently supported thing. It shows up as a volatile status, but it doesn't show up in effects, side conditions, or anywhere else. So let's try to dive in and fix this issue. This is a very small issue, but I think it's worth trying to fix. So let's look into source. Source Pokenv data moves.json. Okay. We can see the move minimize right here, and it has this volatile status object. So this volatile status thing is like just kind of another thing that is being caused to the user. Like foresight, locked on move, powder, power trick, must recharge, protect. But a lot of those other ones are handled in other ways. Minimize and the extra damage from minimize is kind of a niche thing that is easy to be overlooked. So let's look at how is this library reading this moves JSON file and getting information from it. Because it might just be that it just ignores minimize. Minimize isn't one of the supported things, so nothing happens. So let's go to maybe move. When it initializes it, it's being given a move ID, a raw ID, potentially. And let's try to find out how is it actually being, processed. Ooh, let's go to data.py. But maybe it's something in here, because that sounds like it would be a place that something would happen. Compute type chart, that's fine. To ID string. Yeah, this is creating like Pokédexes and stuff. So Gen 5 Pokédex, Gen 6 Pokédex. Gen 8 Pokédex. Moves. Okay, so this creates moves, which is that whole dictionary. It just loads moves.json. So now we know anything that from data imports moves will have this dictionary. Gen 4 moves, Gen 5 moves, yada yada. Okay, so anything that does like from data import moves is what we want to look at. So this doesn't use from Pokemon.data moves. This doesn't use it. We're just checking every... Does move use it, actually? Okay, Pokemon.data does import moves. Which makes sense. I don't know why I didn't check this first. So now we want to see where all is moves used. Unfortunately, they called a lot of things moves. So maybe we can do something like moves space. Space and then moves. This will give us all of the places where there's a space and then moves, which will just be variables that are named or start with moves. Okay. So it seems like the way that it works is it will then check that moves dictionary for the information. And all a move is just an ID that then checks against that dictionary. Is max move should be stored. Wow, there is really not a lot that pulls from it. So there's, is it a Z move? There is it a max move? What is the accuracy of the move? And it says self.entry. Let's check out entry. .entry. Maybe self.entry equals? Nope. Oh, it's probably a function. Maybe let's look for def entry. Yep, it was a function. Okay, so this is pulling that entry. So now we need to see... I don't know why they don't consistently use entry across the board, but they don't. So that's fine. We'll just try to find... of all of the 79 places that... 77 places that self.entry is used, we need to get like effects off of it. So let's look up effects. Secondary effects, Z move effects, like maybe side condition. That's just getting the side condition. So what about volatile? Volatile. Okay, so volatile status is used. So there is a function that pulls the volatile status, but it seems like maybe the volatile status isn't being used. Okay, and now we know that there's this function volatile status. So now we need to find out where this is used. So let's search around for it. So volatile status is only used once here in this function. Doesn't seem like it's used anywhere else in environment, which is interesting. What about if we go to like the battle object, which is in... I'm gonna skip this song, it's a weird song. Okay. Battle is in... Where's battle? Am I just missing? Oh! Oh no, it's just not even in battle, like abstract battle. Okay, so maybe that's the issue. Let's check a different one. Let's check something that did have a function like side condition, which was this. Does side condition show up? Yeah, it shows up 17 times. Side conditions is a dictionary of side conditions. Okay. Here's a huge amount of message processing. Okay, so this is where we'll need to fix something, I bet. This is a huge function. Parse message. We'll have to add some sort of support to the parser. So let's go back to finding side condition. There we go. Conditions equals self dot side conditions. Side condition dot from showdown message. So if we go to side condition from showdown message, what does it look like if you use minimize in showdown? Let's try that out. What happens if you use minimize in showdown in the log? If I go battle Volander AI, really? Alright, and then I'm going to create another window. Go to localhost 8000. Do they not allow the same browser? I could try it in Chrome. I have Chrome as well. Localhost 8000. There we go. It might just be that the same browser agent isn't really allowed. If I just try, Volander AI 123, then that's not a claimed username. And hit battle, and battle. Will I get connected with each other? Yes, I will. Can I mute this? Mute sounds. Mute sounds. Okay. Oh wait, I need a team with minimize. Duh. That was part of the issue. Okay. I need to, like, forfeit or something. Forfeit? Nope, that's not how you do it. Battle options. I'll just clear out of the battle. Yeah, I'll forfeit. There we go. Okay, so I can't just do a random battle. I actually need to test what I'm testing, obviously. So let's do that. We need to create a team that has somebody with minimize. Okay. So let's, instead of doing Gen 8 random battle, we're doing Gen 5 anything goes. Or just Gen 5 pure hackmons. How about? We need a team here. Also, let's do dark mode. And just so we have a different theme. There we go. Now we have a different theme. So here, I'm just going to copy, if I go to Team Builder, here's a team, and then I'm going to import this team. There. Now I've got a team, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this to, instead of having surf, I'm going to have minimize. It's probably not an allowed move, but this is a Hackmon team, so who cares? There we go. So now I'm going to select yeah, it's Untitled 3, which is my Hackmon team. And now I'm going to select that team. Battle. Okay. For the lead, I'm going to choose Oshawott, which has that. And Oshawott. There we go. There we go. We've got it working. So I'm going to use minimize and protect. Okay, so it used minimize, and now we can I'll have this player forfeit, just so we can download the replay. Forfeit. Alright. I'm going to download the replay, which is actually basically just a HTML file. But inside the HTML file, notably, is a log of everything. And sure enough, here we see that it just uses minimize. All it shows is that the player was boosted with evasion. It doesn't show the secondary effect of minimize, which was like that volatile status thing. That's a little bit annoying. Maybe it will show it if a stronger move is used. Like maybe if like one of those moves that takes advantage of minimize is used, we'll see it in the log. But that's still not the best idea. Not really sure. Also here, you can see this like single turn Ashi protect thing. That's telling us that Oshawott has the protect status. So, and one didn't come up for minimize. So let's edit the team. We're gonna go back home, but this time we're gonna edit the team over here. And we're going to give this Oshawott Body Slam. Body Slam is a move that takes advantage of minimize. So, battle. We'll lead with Oshawott on both sides. And so, for reference, we will see, like, if I use minimize, and they use body slam, body slam does take advantage of minimize, I'm pretty sure. Body slam minimize Pokemon. Minimize. Oh! That only is the case in Gen 6 onwards. So we need to do something in Gen 6 onwards in order to see this. Okay, that's kind of annoying, but alright. That makes sense. So yeah, there was no bonus here. Let's close out of both of these. And now what we need to do is, instead of Gen 5 pure Hackmons, we need to do some sort of Gen 6 one. So the way we can do that, I've got to add that as a supported option. That's not a huge deal though. I'll just pull up the formats. Okay, so we need to go to Gen 5 pure Hackmons. I'm just going to copy paste this Gen 5 pure Hackmons. And make another one that's Gen 6 pure Hackmons. And it uses Gen 6 mechanics. Alright, we will have to shut down our Pokemon Showdown server and restart it. Well, that's also pretty easy. Jeez. Getting like error messages. Oh, format 181 has a duplicate ID Gen 5. Apparently they already have a Gen 6 pure Hackmons. So let's open that back up and just look up Gen 6 pure Hackmons and enable it. Yeah, there we go. And now let's reboot the server. Okay, reconnect on both. Once it loads, we will select Gen 6 Pure Hackmons on both. We will select our teams. Untitled 3. Battle. Volander AI 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna lead with Oshawott on both. And now let's see if minimize does something. So last time it did 18% damage. Now we'll see with exactly the same Pokemon, exactly the same stats, everything the same. Does it do 18% or does it do more? Yeah, so it did basically double that damage. And if we do it again, minimize again, it still does, yeah, basically double the damage. So before it did 18%, now we did 36%. Minimize is just leading to it being body slammed down. And I'm going to just also real quick get through this. I guess I could have used Ice Beam instead. Oh yeah, that Leech Seed is just gonna go through. Leech Seed, Ice Beam. Let's just go through this battle very quick. Wow, it's somewhat hard to lose this one. 1% health. And one more turn. There we go. Okay, so the battle's over. Then I didn't have to forfeit. But now we can download the replay and check it out again. We're going to see now if minimize showed up as anything. No, minimize still does not show up as anything. It just shows up as an evasion gain. So it might be that the problem isn't so much the library we're using, but Pokemon Showdown. So we have to just know when the opponent uses minimize, what problem is, what thing is happening. So let's see in the code. Basically, this is what's going on in the log. If we look up in not side condition, but abstract battle, if we look up -boost, we can see what happens whenever there's a boost. What about move? Oh, there's gonna be tons of them. Move. Okay, there's just one result where it's move. Okay, so this else if is whenever it's a move. So when split message 1 is move. So anything that we have to add in here, or anything that we have to add about volatile conditions, would be in here. So let's go through. So this miss still no target, can skip. No target we can skip. Anim we can skip. Null, nope, that's not null. Starts with from move, not starts with from ability. If it's just blank, if it's can't, if it's turn. Oh no, these are outside of it now. All right, and what is this override move thing? Override move is none, so that's not going to happen. Does override move get set anywhere? I don't think override move is getting set anywhere, which is good. So override move is just going to be none. But the issue is that there isn't a check. So we're not finding an if statement that's relevant because they didn't implement an if statement that's relevant here. So we keep going. I guess what we need is split message the move name. We need to know what move was actually used. So that we can do something. But what is this actually doing? Like, what's the point at the end? Split message 2 to 4 is it's getting the Pokemon and move. Okay, so here it's getting the move. And in our case, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 4 situations. And then override move is going to be none. So we're going to say self.get Pokemon dot moved move. Okay. So whatever get Pokemon is, it returns some sort of object that has a dot moved function. So get Pokemon. Maybe it's def get Pokemon. It returns a Pokemon object. Okay, that was kind of self-explanatory. And now we go over to Pokemon. And it has a moved function. Okay, and it doesn't really seem to do much after that. It just says dot. It just says moved, and then that's it. So let's keep this because we'll want to compare it. Abstract battle. If we look at moved, yep, and that's the end there. Because these are all else ifs. So not all, like once one of them applies, none of the other ones are gonna apply. Also, yep, okay, so then that's the end of the function. So everything that happens has to happen in like self.add move or moved or here in this function. There's something else we can check too, is what happens when there's a status effect. Because we could copy paste, because side conditions would be very similar. So one of the things that happened in this battle was leech seed. Yeah, this dot start. So it gets an effect from it, which in this case is leech seed, and it says Pokemon.start effect. Oops. Okay, so this is getting an effect from Showdown, and then adding it to the counter. Let's go back to our thing. If the target has used minimize. So that tells me it's if they've ever used minimize. Not just okay, let's just do it the old-fashioned way. So what we want to check now is, does one minimize just last forever? If that's the case, then we can kind of code our stuff in a certain way. So I'm going to not use minimize first. Just for reference, I'm going to use Aqua Jet, and they're going to use Body Slam. So Aqua Jet did like nothing. Body Slam did 16%. Okay, now I'm going to use minimize. They're going to use Body Slam. Again, 16% and paralyzed. Okay, minimize. Now, if I use Aqua Jet and they use Body Slam, did double damage. What about if I just don't use minimize anymore and they just keep doing it? Okay, so they were minimized the whole time. Let's forfeit. Battle again. Does minimize last through a switch? I guess we can actually just click on minimize and see this information. Okay, vulnerability to moves. So Stomp. Okay, that was all the way through. Stomp always had that. Dynamax cancels minimize. And probably switching cancels minimize. So I'm going to lead Ashi. We're going to use minimize and body slam. Okay, so we got the extra damage. Ashi's going to switch to Pansage. And now we're going to switch back to Ashi. Okay, yeah, so switching also cancels it. So to me, that seems like we need to add some sort of side effect going on, because it needs to be something that gets rid of whenever you switch in. So switching in clear boosts clear effects. Okay, clear effects. We might have to modify clear effects. Self.effects equals none. Okay, so this will just remove all of the effects. Anything that counts as an effect is removed. So maybe we just need to add minimize here, and then just add it in the volatile condition. I think that would make sense, actually. That's not a bad idea. It keeps our code simple. I was trying to think of, like, if we make it a little bit more complicated, can we just support any volatile status? But I think for now it kind of makes sense just to do adding minimize. So let's go to where it would be in the alphabet. Minimize, right here. Minimize is equal to auto. Okay, so we've created an effect called minimize. It's not any of these things. It's not a turn counter effect. It doesn't wear off after a certain amount of turns. It doesn't break protect, and it's not reliant on your number of actions. Okay. So what we need to do is now we need to check if there is a volatile status, or maybe even just if it's minimize, it will add it as an effect. So what we can do is, in the case where it's move, all the way down here, if move dot okay, get Pokemon moved, is that like a moved object? Doesn't tell us. Self.add move. Okay, it's a move ID. It's an ID. Should be stored. If it's not in special moves, or if it's not in special moves, is a Z move, is a max move, it'll be false. Otherwise, it'll be true. But it's in moves, so it's not gonna be stored. So we don't have to worry about that. I was a little bit worried for a second. I was thinking maybe, like, if it's just being added into the queue, then you could just check it that way. You could check, have they ever used minimize while they've been out, and then you would know. But in this case, you wouldn't. Okay, so if move dot what? This is just the string, actually. Just if move is equal to, like, let's check the log again. dot upper is equal to minimize and then start had what this Pokemon dot start effect, and then we passed in an effect, which the effect in this case will be effect dot minimize, maybe a lowercase effect. We'll just keep with the showdown method, but we'll just pass in minimize. Yeah, start effect, and then we're just gonna pass in the string minimize. There we go. So now, in theory, it has support for minimize, and minimize is an actual effect that we can write code around. The next thing we need to do is we need to test to make sure that it works. And in order to do that, that could be kind of a couple of different things. For now, we're just going to do very simply testing it manually to make sure that it works. And then in order to test the code to make sure everything is still working from an integration perspective, that's not hard. We can just run it right away and see that it still works. So the code is still passing all of those. What about the integration tests? Well, I'll leave that running over at the side while we fix up our other things. Testing is coming along. The other curious thing is I wonder if there are any other issues that we'll need to fix in this way that are like other moves that have silent effects. If there are other moves that have silent effects, we'll want to add support for them as well. But for now, I think it's fine. One failed error was in test laddering. Okay, so it seems like that test laddering function is causing some problems. But as long as that's the only issue that's happening, we could be fine to raise the, or to solve it anyways. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to just try to actually create a pull request. So the way that we can do that is we just want to add the functions that we made a real change to. So we're going to do just abstract battle and effect. And we're going to say we've added support for minimize as an effect. Minimize is a silent effect that causes increased damage from certain moves. And we're going to go ahead and paste the Bulbapedia link as well. And now we've added those two. The reason why we didn't add the others is that we don't want to mess with the testing stuff of the repo. That maybe there is a reason why they did that. We just couldn't get it working on our own machine for whatever reason. But that doesn't mean we should change it for everybody else, if that makes sense. Now in integration testing, let's just go ahead and change this other issue as well. It seems like it's in test laddering. They're failing due to a timeout issue. But, oh well. Okay, so we've pushed that to our own GitHub, our own repo. Or actually, okay, now that we push, we've pushed it to our own GitHub. Otherwise, we had just staged the changes. And let's see if we can't test that the effect minimize has worked. So let's go and to an example. We're going to copy this max damage player script. We're going to paste it. I'm going to rename this test effect player, or effect checking player. So what this is going to do is this is going to be an effect checking player. Effect check player. We're going to say if battle dot opponent active Pokemon, it's not none, opponent is equal to battle dot opponent active Pokemon. If opponent dot effects dot get minimize none is not none, print saw that the opponent has minimize. So this is just simply going to check if the opponent has minimize and print it to the screen, because that will tell us was it able to understand that the opponent had minimize, and if that's the case, then that's great. We don't need to do anything else anymore. Unfortunately, this PokeEnv thing might be getting in the way a little bit. This might use the imported library, but we'll have to see. So let's say Python examples slash effect checking player max damage player. Oh, we actually have to tell it to use effect player. Max damage player is not defined. Did I not hit save? maybe I didn't hit save. They're battling. Oh, I'm doing Gen 8 random battles. So they might not use any minimize strategies. Like, the opponent might not have minimize. So what we need to do instead is we need them to do, instead of Gen 8 random battles, we need them to do a format that we can support. So how about, instead of Gen 8 random battle, we're going to do Gen 6 pure hackmons. Same for this one. The team is going to be this function. If we go here to team builder, Untitled 3, this has minimize, and I'm also going to add stomp. Just so we have it, we're going to export the whole team. And then we're going to give both of these the team. Team is equal to team. Team is equal to team. We might have to do the condensed showdown format instead of this wide format. Gen 6 Pokemon is not subscriptable. Oh, right. This is that error that happened again. I've solved this somewhere. I just need to find it. Actually, there should be, now that I think about it, there should be an example that does team building. Yeah, just like this. I'm not seeing what the difference is. Random team from pool. We might have to do teambuilder.jointeam.parseTeam, whatever. It's a little bit out of the way, but let me see. Team is equal to teambuilder.jointeam.parseTeam. All right, let's try that again. Self is not defined. Oh. Forgot one of the references to change. Gen 6 Pokemon is not subscriptable. If we just copy the whole team, will that work? We're doing hackmons, so it doesn't really matter. We can give them whatever team and whatever thing we want to give. Local variable team. Well, oh, we're getting different errors, and it's like they're, again, the functioning stuff is not the, or the team building stuff isn't the most intuitive. We have to like escape it all the way so there's no extra spaces. All right, now that I've got it working a little bit, now we just need to go over here. We can get rid of Corviknight. We can get rid of Toxicity. We can get rid of Cinderace. Okay, all of these Pokemon are in Gen 6. I'm pretty sure. Okay, now it's working. So now we just change some of their moves. So I'm going to change Goodra to minimize body slam. Stomp. And protect. Okay, so it doesn't seem like it's seeing the minimize effect being caused, which is a little bit annoying because we're not sure why that's the case. But what we can do is go to, where should we go? Save replays. Oh yeah, let's also just check to make sure that these battles are happening here. Yeah, they are happening on our local server. That's good. We might have to do effect.minimize. All right, let's just do effect.minimize instead of the string. From pokeen.player.effect. Yep. Import effect. Because like it might not be enough to do the string. I think I remember that actually being a problem anyways. It wants the actual thing like that. No module pokemon.player.effect. Oh, it's not player, it's environment dot effect. Okay, we're still not seeing any prints. So that's a shame. And this is just if the opponent has minimize. Alright, well, there's a surefire way of doing this. For one, let's also just make sure it's strip. Move.upper.strip as well. And we're going to just print move. If move, print, move. Alright, let's try this out. It's gonna print a huge amount of stuff probably. There's lots of body slams and stomps. But I'm not seeing any minimize. Interesting. There's like no minimize. Why is there no minimize? We're gonna print message. Oh, print split message. Putting print statements is the best debugger. Wow, there's just no minimize users anywhere. Minimize. It's never using minimize. What's weird is the random player isn't using minimize either. Now, maybe it's because of our max damage player, or effect checking player, is never using minimize. That maybe choose random move doesn't log it in the same way or something. But our opponent, which is random player, should be using minimize. Let's just move this print out here. And then we're going to choose a random move. This will confirm or deny our theory of does choose random move print there. And yeah, choose random move does print. And yet minimize is never getting chosen as a move for some reason. User is going to be battle.active Pokemon, and then if, and we're going to say if let's just go ahead and say print user.moves. It's going to cause a whole lot of print statements or prints, but okay. Minimize. It exists there. I wonder if maybe minimize is like banned or something in like the pure Hackmons format or something. Like maybe it's something really weird. No, I can't imagine it's that. What we're going to do is we're going to say if minimize in battle.active Pokemon.move.keys return self.create battle order is I think what it's called. Dot moves minimize. If battle.active Pokemon is not none, and there. Using minimize. Let's get rid of this print statement that we have in here, this split message. What is it? In max damage player, it's create order, not create battle order. Minimize is disabled. Pokemon ability Sap Sipper. What is Sap Sipper? Okay, why is it disabled? Error, invalid choice, can't move. Gudra's minimize is disabled. We're doing Gen 6. But the Pokemon doesn't have any disabling moves. Stomp, Protect, Body Slam, and Minimize. There's no... Strange is what's going on. Yeah, it fails right away. Minimize is disabled for some reason. Minimize. Yeah, I'm not sure. Why is it saying that minimize is disabled? Error, invalid choice, can't move. Gudra's minimize is disabled. Because it's facing off against... Let's save the replay and let's just watch the replay. Or actually, we can just run it, and since it'll run forever, we can watch it live. Yeah, it's when the battle first starts for some reason. Interesting. I don't know why. Is it a limitation on our end or on Showdown's end? That's something else we can check. We can say, let's check battle.available moves. Battle.available moves. It doesn't even show up as an available move to use. For some reason, it doesn't show up as available. Let's go back to moves. Minimize. There's nothing here that seems to me like it would just be like inactive, but it's saying that it's just not even an option to use. Let's search up minimize. Yeah, so it's being shut down for some reason. Like, minimize is just not an option to be used. I don't know why it's disabled, but let's check get available moves, or dot available moves. Okay, that's an abstract method. Let's go to battle. Available moves from request. Okay, yeah, so it's just in this Pokemon available moves from request. If not, move.get disabled, false. Print request moves. For some reason it's disabled. Why? Why is minimize disabled? And protect is disabled. Both minimize and protect are disabled for some reason. Is it something to do with like our team not having enough Pokemon in it? Should we like add more Pokemon? Like, is there some sort of like edge case where if like it's a one-on-one singles battle, you can't do whatever? You can't have it? Hey, we're just troubleshooting one issue. This was supposed to be a quick win, but it's not playing along too nicely. Okay, let's see if that solves it. Maybe it won't be a disabled move now. Nope, it's still disabled. But both protect and minimize are being disabled. Oh, wait. Is it this item, Assault Vest? Oh my god. I've been debugging this for like 30 minutes, and it's just because the item doesn't let you use status moves. That's all it is. If I just get rid of that, then it won't be disabled anymore. Oh, it went back to, oops. Instead of assault vest, let's say leftovers. Why is it this Gen 6 Pokemon is not subscriptable? Okay, so it's no longer disabled. It's able to be used. We can get rid of those extra print statements that I put. Okay, and then here it's self.get Pokemon.moved if identifier 3. Parse message line 490. It's in abstract battle line 490. So it's right here. Wait, no, abstract battle 490. In dot moved. Which is abstract battle line 189. Get Pokemon. Keep hitting the mic. Be right back. One moment. Alright, I am back. Okay, so this is some sort of weird error based off the identifier. I wonder if it's to do with like the fact that both teams have like the same Pokemon or something. Yes, it is because of that. Yeah, I was just getting something to drink, but if you're though, really should it? Because like the Pokemon should be like this, like P1A Gudra, so it should know it's us, not the opponent. Oh, my cat is scratching at the door. Here is Theo. He saw me come back up with a drink, and now he wants to know what's going on. Say hi to the chat. Oh. Yeah. Now that I have picked him up and harassed him, maybe he will not scratch at the door. But, I wonder if that's what's going on. Is like maybe like this is like a kind of similar issue to what we had before if identifier 3... Actually, it's whatever we're passing in to get Pokemon. We're passing in an identifier here, which is a string. But instead we're passing in a Pokemon. So actually, it's a slightly different issue. So if we go back to Abstract Battle, we go to... Let's start... We're saying... Where did it go? I just saw it a second ago. There we go. No, not this. Here we go. We're saying like Pokemon equals self.get Pokemon. But did we not already... Oh, I see. No, that doesn't mean... Yes, you're... Okay. What we need to do is we need to say something like temp Pokemon. Yeah, actually, so I did it because I play some Japanese games, and Japan is not the most up-to-date on Unicode. So in order to get a lot of Japanese games working, you need to switch your computer settings to Japanese language. So I can technically type in Japanese and, do all that. Kind of thing. But it's just for gaming. It's not for anything actually useful. I guess technically whenever I have to fill out some forms online, because I live in Japan, it's helpful. But other than that, it's not a big thing. Okay, so sometimes it's still disabled, and it tries and then it fails. Can't move, Gudra's minimize is disabled. Does it still have an assault vest? No, it has leftovers. There should be no way that it's getting disabled. Unless maybe it's out of PP. Yeah, it might just be out of PP. So it's to do with the fact that those Japanese games will be written in a weird encoding, such as I think CP 932 or something, or Shift JIS, and so what you have to do is you have to change your locale to Japanese to get them working. There are some locale emulators, but they don't really work 100% of the time. They work 80% of the time. So when you change your system locale, it changes it to appear as the yen symbol instead of C, or instead of the slash. And also your default codec whenever you're reading things is now CP 932 instead of Unicode, which is annoying for some programming things. We actually ran into that problem earlier with this, but yeah, it's just because the original not ASCII encoded, but Shift JIS and some Japanese encoded games, they rely on your system stuff. Yeah, and so it's a minor inconvenience, but it's especially some visual novels and other things like that. If they're old, they basically require that you do that. I think in this case, it might just be that they've run out of PP, and so they're just trying to use minimize, but they can't because I told it always try to use minimize. So instead, I'm just going to say use whatever move you want. Just use a random move. We just want to print if you've seen somebody use minimize. And sure enough, it sees that the opponent has used minimize, which means minimize is now an effect that works in the game. which is great, because that's something that we needed for doing minimize or doing the trainer AI. It's not a major thing by any means, but if we, well, I guess we can't fix it here, but that's what we needed, and we didn't actually end up needing to change anything other than this. So if we go back to Git, we've confirmed that it works. So I'm going to do the next step. So what we were doing in this stream, what minimize does, and this is just a very minor thing, by the way. The main thing was just to show the process of doing code support or open source programming. But minimize, it's just a move that increases your evasiveness, so you can dodge moves more often. However, it has an extra kind of silent effect, which is if you use minimize and the opponent uses some specific move back at you, it will deal like double damage. Like there are some moves, like this is the actual list of moves, that if they use it, it will do extra damage to you and bypass the accuracy check. So even if you have increased your ability to dodge, it'll still hit you. So what the problem was is that minimize was not treated as an effect in this. It was just treated as like an invasion increase move. So what we've done is we've pulled the code to the local machine, run the tests to make sure that it was working on our local machine, made a change so that minimize would show up as an effect at the right time and place, pushed the code to our own repo, and now what we can do is we can open a pull request. So if I go to our repositories, Pokenv, we can now open a pull request where we want to reference that issue. So what we need to do, let's see, I'm gonna open up this in a new tab so I can go to issues. Nope, not this. Yeah, here it is. Full title status. Cancel. I wanted to see. I can link it after the fact. Yep, it adds minimize. It checks if minimize has occurred. And we'll just do create pull request. I open an issue asking about this feature, but went ahead and added support for this specific move myself. Let me know if there are any changes that should be made to this commit to get approved. We'll create the pull request. I created a pull request solving this issue if you want to take a look. Oh yeah, so I've run the unit tests locally. However, there aren't a whole lot of unit tests that we can do that are specific to it, just because they're somewhat limited. They're not really like huge integration tests. But we did run them after the main change. This was just confirming that it worked from a logic perspective. If I go back long enough, okay, I guess I can't. If we go Python -m pytest unit tests, and the unit tests all work. There's some warnings, but it's just about one of the libraries that's used. It uses a deprecated way of doing async. But all of the unit tests pass, though it's not too surprising because they're not super logic-based, they're more networking-based. So it was unlikely that our changes would impact it. Uh-oh, test failed on Circle CI. We can check to see why it failed, because it just worked on our machine. Oh, black. It reformatted. I guess we just need to use black to reformat it. I thought I stayed within a certain margin, but maybe not. Let's go to... Does it tell us which file would be reformatted? abstractbattle.py. So we just need to reformat abstractbattle.py. Python-m black source. Okay. Now we can, yeah, so like it would probably be a good idea to do, okay, abstract battle. We just want to push abstract battle because that's the one file that's causing a problem. Updated to, updated with black format here. Yeah, like that would probably be a good idea to do for like more logic-based tests. But the tests aren't really like logic of what would happen inside of a battle. Instead, they're more like, is it connecting or not? Okay, so we've pushed it again to see if it'll update with the black formatter, and because that was before the only issue. If we check the details of this, I wanted to see the details of this test, this failed test. Pyre is running. We didn't change anything about type hinting, so there should be no issue here. Run tests is running. Building the package is running. Installing the built package. I think it's going to end up working. Now, not all of the tests worked on our local machine. We had to comment out a couple of tests that we just couldn't get working on our local machine. But I'm assuming that the tests work on their test environment. So it was a little bit risky to not test everything entirely on our machine. but since we weren't touching anything related to those like 2 tests that failed on our local machine, it's probably just an environment issue. But yeah, so we'll let those tests run. And, this whole process, that was just the whole thing that you have to do whenever you are contributing to open source software. It's really not that hard. In the past hour and a half, or 2.5 hours, it's 9 o'clock, I started at 6:30. So yeah, 2.5 hours, we have identified a problem in an open source library. We pulled the code. We talked about the flow of how open source contributing on Git works. We got the code working as much as we could on our local environment with test cases. We made the change. We reran the tests. We also did some manual logic tests to make sure that from a logic standpoint, it checks out. And yeah, that's all we had to do. After that, we just pushed the changes, created a pull request, and they've got automated testing, unit testing set up, which is good, because if it passes all those unit tests, there might not be a reason for them to deny it, and so this change could be implemented in the real Pokéenv. Now, this was a minor change, though. The real change that we actually needed, like this was not necessary. If minimize didn't work properly, that's fine, because that's such a niche problem. The real question is going to be about the reinforcement learning changes that we're going to have to make, which is going to get a lot more sophisticated with this env player script. We're going to have to almost rewrite this whole env player script to get it working. Oop, some checks were not... Oh no, some of the checks failed. Running integration test. There was a timeout. This is the same issue we were having on our local machine, but this was failing when we pulled the code. There was a timeout in this one very specific file. All the others passed, though. Well, let's see. Oh, build was canceled. So maybe the server canceled on their CI thing. Like maybe they don't have the right stuff associated with it. Well, either way, we'll let it just wait. Like I saw in several of the other kind of pull requests and commits that have been approved, there were failed tests. So it's not ideal, but you know, I think it's just their test suite isn't the best, and it is kind of hard to have a good test suite for this type of problem. Like, it's not to criticize them at all, but considering this involves reaching out to a server, and we can't really have a public server for running all of these showdown things, it's very hard to write good tests. So I'll leave this pull request open, and maybe they'll merge it. Maybe they won't. Who knows? The meantime, what we're gonna... Yeah, like, they're probably going to approve it anyways if it's a known issue that it's failing with something else. But we've done what we can for that without solving their test issue. But the next thing that we need to figure out is this env player thing. Which the issue here is that it's just not meant for the versions of code that we have right now. Like, it was working on an old version that no longer exists and it's no longer supported at all. So if we want to use it, we're going to have to update it to work with more modern techniques. Alternatively, we could try to pull those old existing libraries and install them, but the odds of us being able to do that are pretty slim. Like, we might be able to install Keras RL2 1.0.3 from like an old release if they have old releases. No, they don't even have old releases. They just have the latest release. This is the specific issue that we're running into with this problem, is that their example of using reinforcement learning, let's go to reinforcement learning. There we go. They recommend using 1.0.3. Let's see, maybe we can find a older version. That we could install. Hello, welcome back to the chat. I was gone Tuesday because I was sick, but I am back now. And we just got done making one small change to the Pokémon library and submitting a pull request to see if that can get through. Oh yeah, see, like, their last commit also had failed tests. And their test failed due to integration tests also timed out. Yeah, so they might still merge it, even though like the tests failed, because their own commits that they're putting in here and they're approving also are failing in that same way. Okay, so let's look a little bit more. Let's see if we can find an older version of this.
Tiny flames will dance across the darkness.
Yeah, it's been archived too. That's not great. I wonder when 1.0.3 was a thing. WAU instead of Keras RL2. No, this is still archived. Yeah, like that's the issue, is they used to have a support for that, like they used to have that version, but now if you try to install that version, actually, like I can show you what happens when you do that. If I say something like pip install Keras RL2 equals 1.0.3, it fails. Yeah, so we can't really just easily install it, and it seems like this is just not, like this is just an outdated library. So let's see if there's any better ones. Let's create a Jupyter notebook where we're gonna do this stuff. This seems to be just using raw Keras and the OpenAI gym thing to do it. So maybe we can get this working. Let's start up a Jupyter notebook. We're gonna do pip install TensorFlow. Jeez. There. And we'll just implement this tutorial in pure Python. Or not pure Python, pure Keras. Instead of using the Keras RL2 library. There we go. Let's pip install Jupyter Notebook. I guess I should probably actually do this in a separate instance entirely. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. It's probably better because we shouldn't assume we need to change the code yet. We should let it kind of prove to us that we need to change the code. So I'm going to create a new folder that we're going to do this stuff in called reinforcement learning. Python-n. We'll create a virtual environment here. We'll activate the virtual environment, and then we're going to install all the things that we need. So TensorFlow and Jupyter and pandas maybe, and gym. Open gym. Just need to install it. It's just called gym. Okay. Gym. Pokenv. It might be Poke_env. TQDM. And that's probably all that we need. Okay, and while it's installing things, I'm gonna go get I'm gonna go take a 5-minute break and go to the bathroom, and I'll come back. Hopefully by then it will have finished downloading everything, and we'll jump into this. That's something else. Oh yeah, that seems like... Oh, but the install requires is still a beta version of TensorFlow. That might be good, but like the issue is that these beta versions of TensorFlow are no longer publicly available, unless you could like find some sort of link. But I don't know that we can easily do that. Oh well, the tutorial doesn't look that complicated, to be honest. Like, it looks like you can just kind of copy-paste this without too much difficulty. I'm going to, like, directly copy-paste it at the beginning to just kind of replicate the idea. And then we'll modify it from there. But, alright, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in, like, 5 minutes at most. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, so if there is, you know, the old release on GitHub, you can build it from source. TensorFlow is kind of annoying to build from source. You know, in the past I've done it, but it's not... Like, there's lots of requirements. It would be a very involved process, but if there is nothing else we can do, I'll do it. It's just all of the extra things that you have to do. You have to install some other things to bit like Bazel. You have to install. It's not a fun process, especially on Windows. But if it's what it's gonna take in order for everything to work, then I'll do it. But all right, so we've got everything installed. Now we can say Python-m Jupyter notebook. All right, let's create a new notebook, which we're going to do this example in. What is baselines, though? Okay, so let's try to follow the tutorial for reinforcement learning player. We'll start off by following the tutorial. This is actually kind of as far as we got last time. Pretty much. After creating the player, it started failing, like basically right away. But we've got the player. And now what we need to do is we need to jump over to the other side, which is creating the model. So this is exactly like this. We need to create the model, and it's something that takes in something that's the size of the input space, which in this case the input space is a 1 by 10. We can see here this is an 84 by 84 by 4, where probably like color pixels, like RGB brightness or something. I don't know. And we are taking in just a 1 by 10 vector, which is the input state of things based on this. This is a 10 component thing, which is just your move's base power, your move's damage multiplier, the remaining mon team, and the remaining mon on your opponent. So it's this observation is not a very good observation space. We would want a lot more of a sophisticated observation space, such as like what types the opponents are, and what approximate health do they have, and what approximate health do you have, and make this a very complicated input space. But for now, this is fine. We just want to see something running, not see something good, and then we replace it with things that are good. So we'll continue on. Yeah, exactly. Like that, knowing what just happened in the last one. So not even what the current state is, but what was the state of one move ago. So that it kind of knows what happened. The effects that are on the field, what the weather is in the battle. All of those are things that would definitely be good. Their example just does the base power of your moves, the damage multipliers on those moves based off the types, and then how many Pokemon you have left and how many Pokemon the opponent has left. So it's not a huge thing. Okay, so let's run that. This creates the model. Oh shoot, wait a second. Never mind, I need to stop this and restart because I need to be safe. You could do it based off of an ID, basically. If you have, like, the overkill way is to give every single move its own ID number, and then create what's called a one-hot vector of, like a 1 in the column for that move, if it has that move, and a 0 everywhere else. In this case, however, what's going on is that the output space is just use whatever move is in slot 1, use whatever move is in slot 2, 3, and 4. And we're not actually even telling it what moves are in which slot. The output space is just the length of actions that it could take. And in this case, it's fairly limited. So it's not a very complicated thing. But yeah, that's one way, is this kind of one-hot encoding. But what we need to do, or what I definitely need to do, is I need to make it limit how much GPU it's going to use, because otherwise it's going to crash my computer. So I'm opening up a different folder so I can copy paste the code from before. Here we go. I'll give it 8 gigs of GPU RAM, of VRAM. So I'll restart and run all cells. Because you can see... Yeah, like TensorFlow decides to take everything it can. Which is very annoying. But you can see, like, even though I haven't... The model has just been defined. It hasn't even been instantiated. It's already eating up all 8 gigs of the VRAM that it was allowed to have. So if you put no limit, it immediately takes everything. So in theory, that won't cause a problem until we start using it. And in the past, we started doing that, and then it crashed the stream, and I had to restart my whole computer. But now that it's limited, there's no way that we're going to run out of memory. We're only using half the GPU's memory. So we're good to go. Okay, so we've got our model. Now let's look at what happens next in the tutorial. They're defining their model.
Our struggle as artists isn't about appeasing the crowd. Rather, it's about...
And they're actually creating 2 models. They're creating a model and a model target.
We create things as a reflection of this struggle. To study our...
So let's do that. Let's say def create Q model number of actions.
Rather, it is a state of mind constantly striving.
Number of observations and number of actions.
Like water.
And what it's going to do is it's going to do all of this. And return the model. But we're going to replace this with n observations and this with n actions. And then here we're going to say n actions is equal to that, n observations is equal to 10. And then here they just say something like model is equal to create Q model. It seems like here what they're doing is they're creating a model that predicts the Q values, like the progress, and then every 10,000 steps they then modify the target model. I wonder if it's like a stability thing that maybe if you just are constantly updating the original model, it can have a really hard time training. So they just split it into 2 models, and they update the target model only once it gets stable. Okay, and now there's this huge thing about training, which is probably going to be a massive ordeal. Okay, so we've copy pasted this huge thing. Let's pick it apart bit by bit to see if there's anything that we need to change. Optimizer? Probably not. We probably don't need to change the optimizer at all. Any of these history things? Probably not. Don't really need to change that either, I don't think. Is there anything else that's missing from this that we need to get? Maybe this DQN training. Yeah, because it's going to run this function alongside it. it's going to spin up a thread and then close the thread. So we'll need that in a little bit. Okay, so this epsilon number of frames I assume is the training time, basically. To take... Oh, this is just random stuff. This is do random things for 50,000 steps. And then this is do not random things, do greedy things for 1 million steps. So it just does 50,000 steps, or 50,000 battles, or not 50,000 battles, but 50,000 moves of random stuff just to build up a training set, and then goes from there. Okay. Max memory length of 100,000. What was the memory here? Was 10,000. Okay. Update after actions. Update after 4 actions. I mean, sure, why not? Update target network. Okay. 10,000 steps. Sure. It's using Huber loss. Okay, that's fine. And then while true. So it's going to reset the environment. This is where things might start differing between the environment, the end player, and other things. So let's see reset. Okay, there is a reset function. That's nice. So this function is going to get called whenever it says env.reset. Then 4 time step in range 1 max steps per episode. Max steps per episode is... Where's max steps per episode? Was that defined somewhere else? Like, I think it really is fully random the first 50,000 times. Now, this is 50,000, like, this is doing, like, the tutorial is meant for, like, the Atari kind of block breaking thing. So that's 50,000 frames, which is not a huge amount of frames. Like, you can think of it like if the game is running at 60 frames per second, then it's actually 50,000 divided by 60 to get how many seconds of game time that would be to just do random stuff and observe for. Ah, yes, they did have some extra stuff up here. We might want to swap out this end player with this exact thing just to get it working in the first place. But, oh well. For now, we'll just keep going. Okay, so while true, it resets. Great. Then, for each time step in the max steps per episode, it's gonna add on to the frame count. If it's less than the random frames, or it's greater than a random number, then it's going to just do a random choice. Okay, that makes sense. Otherwise, it's going to convert to tensor the state, which state is equal to env.reset. If we look at env.reset, what is this returning? Observation equals self to observations. It's a dictionary. This doesn't seem like it's the right format. Like, I guess it's because we're looking at something that's like a tutorial based off of a paper, that this was some sort of like approach that they took to it. I think also I am going to just try to completely replicate this exact example first, rather than doing the Pokémon. So let's just start by doing the whole, like, the real example. Open AI gym. I mean, I guess the idea kind of makes sense if, like, maybe the model uninitialized anyways is already not going to be, like, basically doing random stuff, that just doing random observations and then random choices for a little bit kind of makes sense. No, I just wanted the gym, available environments, Atari. And we need, this one is breakout, no frame skip 4. Okay, so we're going to say end is equal to gym dot I saw a tutorial the other day. I just want to remember how it was. It was like how it was to load it. I remember it was not that complicated. Gym.make. Okay, it's just gym.make. And then here in this case we need breakout no frame skip v4. Okay, how about maybe just breakout? Oh, do I need to do... I think I know what I need to do. I don't know why I closed that. Oops. Pip install gym Atari. Okay, now I need to do this again. No, I might have to restart. There we go. Okay, so now it's got the breakout thing. We're gonna copy all of this stuff above here. Restart and run these two cells. All right, now let's move on. So creating the queue model. What are the actions in breakout? You would think there would be more details about each environment in here. I'm curious what these 4 actions are. Because it just says every state will have 4 actions. I can imagine it being left, right, not doing anything, but that should just be nothing. But oh well. We'll just assume that this is all completely factual. Okay, we've got our models. So if we check out like one of them, if we say model.summary, you can see here, this is what our model looks like. It's got an input layer that's 84 by 84 by 4. Which I'm a little bit concerned because it says 210, 160 by 3. So I think this tutorial just uses a completely different thing. I'm not sure where they're getting the baseline stuff from. From baselines. What is baselines? Ah. It tells us right here. We need to install an extra library. So we'll install this extra library. This is just, again, for like an example. So let's hope this code still exists. That'd kind of be annoying if this code didn't exist. Okay, so we'll pull this baselines.get thing, install it. Wants to take its time. Okay, so let's get cloned that. Let's cd baselines. I don't know why my download speeds have been so slow for these libraries for some reason. It's crazy slow. Okay, well at least it's running and it's kind of showing us what's going on. It's going at 60 kilobytes per second. I'm connected over Ethernet. I'm gonna close out of it and run it again. Yeah, 180 kilobytes per second. Whew. Luckily for me, tomorrow is a holiday here in Japan. So I don't have much to do tomorrow other than I recorded and I got about halfway done on some YouTube videos. So since I'm hanging out around the house tomorrow, it's also snowing a bunch outside, I'll get those published tomorrow. Now that I'm not sick anymore. I was sick for like 2 days at the start of this week. No excuses, and it's a snow day, so especially no excuses. I would say something like if I don't upload the videos, I would gift subs, but I can't get subs yet because I'm not a Twitch affiliate. About 20 more followers. 20 more followers and then I'll be a Twitch affiliate and I can get subs and really more realistically give subs. Yeah, I figured it was hope. I had to like permit the things that got filtered, but yeah, I'm fine now. It was just a random illness. I don't know, probably not COVID. I was fine after one day. Like all it was just like I had a slight fever and I was just not I was very tired. So I mostly just laid in bed, played Pokemon. Didn't really do much. Well, while this is running, any questions about machine learning, career advice, anything like that? Open to any questions from the chat? Yeah, like it was pretty comfy. Like, I mean, I was sick. Like, I didn't feel super relaxed, but it wasn't terrible. But yeah, for Twitch affiliate, I've met all of the metrics except for followers. So I need 20 more followers. If I can get to 50 followers, then I'll meet all of the requirements. And that's really neat because my goal for the whole year was to get to Twitch affiliate. And then I'm not even 2 months into it and I'm kind of there. So it's really crazy to me. I still have quite a while to go if I want to do anything like Twitch partner, but I guess that would be the goal after Twitch affiliate. But for now, it's just keep streaming and hopefully finally getting around to posting the YouTube videos will help get that little bit extra outreach I need to do Twitch affiliate. And the only real difference it makes, by the way, is that you can have subs, and you can also run ads. You might see ads on Twitch as is, but I'm not making any money off of that, if that's the case. Same with YouTube. If you see any ads on the YouTube thing. Yeah, for Twitch affiliate, it requires that you average 3 viewers over the course of a month. You stream at least like 12 hours or something. You stream at least like 7 days per month. And you have 50 followers. Like the 3 viewer average is actually a pretty high bar for your average streamer, because the vast majority of streamers on Twitch have like 0 viewers or 1 viewer, and it's themselves. So it is kind of it's not a high bar by any means, but it's not that much that it requires, which is also why I set it as the goal for the year, without realizing that it actually wasn't a huge deal to get. I mean, it'll be a huge deal for me, but it's not crazy. So okay, so now that we've got this, let's try going back up and running that again. Okay, let's see if we can get it working exactly as in the example. So I mean, actually, I guess I can just be relatively transparent about this. So basically, this is my Twitch manager thing. You can see all the stuff here. If I go to Insights, Achievements, basically the way that Twitch does their stuff, you can see you get these like achievements based off of your like metrics. And in order to get affiliate, these are the requirements. You have to reach 50 followers, which this doesn't update super often. So like it often updates like once per day. So I'm actually at like 30 followers, but 20, close enough. Stream for 8 hours, stream on 7 different days, and average 3 viewers. And over the course of the 33 hours I've streamed, I've averaged 3.6, and I've streamed 8, and it's definitely enough hours. I just don't have enough followers. So if I get that, then I can get affiliate, no issue. But it's the same across all of Twitch. And for partner, on the other hand, it's a lot more of a requirement. You, in addition to more stream time, which is fine for me, you also have to stream more often. So I'd have to stream 3 times per week instead of twice per week. And also an average of 75 viewers. So that's a lot higher than what I get. Like the highest I've ever got at once was like 15 or 16 viewers. So I'd have to be doing like 6 times that on average in order to be a partner. And also these are all like rolling averages over the course of a month. But yeah, so just to be transparent, that's basically how Twitch works. YouTube is slightly different. YouTube is based off of like watch time. Like once you get to a certain amount of user hours watched plus subscribers, like I think you need like 1,000 subscribers or something, then you can monetize content. But you need like, it's like 1,000 or like 4,000 user watch hours, which is just hours of your videos that have been watched. Like you have to do some like basic things like multi-factor authentication, but after that, then you can monetize stuff. But all right, so let's get into this again, which is why, like, yeah, it's very close attainable goal. At least the affiliate is. So what we need to do is say env is equal to this stuff. Let's see if this works. Module not found. No module named Atari by. Oh, I guess I do have to follow the rest of the guide. Makes sense. I was hoping I could just get away with it. Now I have to clone another thing that's going to take needlessly long. Yeah, I guess more Ask Me Anything content. Oh, never mind. Maybe not. Nice. 24 minutes. Let's hope it doesn't actually take 24 minutes to download. It might take 24. Oh, okay, it's cut down in half. It says like 12 minutes. So I guess for the next 10 minutes we can continue AMA. Oh, there we go. Here's a growth tip. What we do is while we're doing that, we change the title to Pokémon Nuzlocke AI Ask Me Anything, and we change the category to just chatting. Let's see if that gets us any viewers as well. Let's see if we can play the game of Twitch. It probably won't make a difference. We probably won't have any other viewers click on, but maybe we will. Playing the game. But yeah, so it's, while it's downloading, if you have any other questions or things to talk about, we can talk about it. Ooh. Yeah, exactly. And what did I say? Testing things worked. Welcome, Raiden Jamie. Thanks for coming to the channel. We're just working on a Pokemon Nuzlocke AI, but since things are taking a long time to download, we're doing some just ask me anything stuff. I'm a machine learning engineer in Japan. It's currently freezing cold, snowing outside. But yeah, so what's my real name? My real name is Trevor. And I've lived in Tokyo for 2 years now. I moved here right before coronavirus. So you can call me Trevor. You can call me Volander AI or Trevor or whatever else. I would just ask that you don't be too harsh with whatever things you come up with to call me, but yeah, anything is fine. Wonderful content, downloading at 13 kilobytes per second. But yeah, I actually just recently switched jobs. So I work full-time doing machine learning stuff. In fact, today I worked. But luckily, I've switched to a new job that, for one, well, it pays more. So that's nice. But for two, I can kind of work from home a lot more. So that means that it's a lot easier for me to start up streaming than it was before. Before, I mean, it was only for like a month that I was like working there while I was streaming. We were 100% in the office. So I'd have to like drive, or I'd have to ride the train back. Probably Python. Like I like how easy it is to learn, like, and find resources out there on the internet. And generally, with a lot of other languages, there are kind of like a community of just assholes, I would say, where there's a lot of elitism and there's a lot of kind of toxic environment about things. But Python is generally pretty chill. But of course, I don't have anything against other programming languages. I just find Python the easiest for me, especially because I do machine learning stuff, so it's the most common for that. Also, I have 2 cats. This is one of my cats. This is Theo. My other cat is elsewhere in the house, probably laying under a heater somewhere, because it is actually snowing outside, which is nice. I'm originally from a place that does not have snow, so it's very neat to have snow going around. 6 more minutes. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the kind of thing. And it's not even necessarily that it's like the best language for it. Like there are other languages that are much faster, but Python is just the one that was easy for non-computer science people to learn. So a lot of machine learning stuff came out of like research fields. But Python has a lot of very convenient libraries. Like, especially like NumPy is like almost like industry standard for just basic data processing. I see like basically anything where we're running a report, or even like another team that has no developers that's running a report, they do Python. So I really recommend, if you do any sort of analysis or like anything that you would ever do in Excel spreadsheets, I recommend Python, because being able to write a simple Python script that does what you are going to want to do in Excel means that you never have to do anything manually in Excel again. Like, so lots of people in all sorts of different jobs use Excel. So if you do something in Excel repeatedly, it's worth it to do it. Oh, and here's my other cat. This is Mochi. He doesn't like to be picked up nearly as much as Theo, so he'll probably soon claw me to get off. Yeah, so without giving away too much detail, because it's not like I'm public figure popularity, I'm just a normal person. With machine learning in my job, I mostly do kind of customer related machine learning. So things like predicting what's going to be a good experience for a customer, or how do you keep customers from leaving, but using machine learning. Doing things like social media analysis to predict kind of your user segments and see how are they sticking around in the service. That kind of machine learning. I also do a lot of like anomaly detection stuff. So given some data, can I figure out like what's kind of a weird problem? Like if we have a whole lineup of products with like hundreds of thousands of products, can you identify which ones somebody typoed the description, or somebody typoed like the price? So before it goes out with the wrong price, did it detect it? Yeah, and like actually Excel, that's one of the things I first started with in the job I came here in Japan. The team I joined was doing everything in Excel. So one of the very first things I was doing was just taking their Excel spreadsheets and doing it in Python. And even if you have like no programming experience whatsoever, being able to just do that much, where instead of doing a pivot table in Excel, you've written a Python script that can do it, it's like a huge leg up on other people, because then you never do it again. You never open Excel to do that manual report that maybe takes you like 30 minutes. You just click a button and Python does everything for you because you've written it in advance. So I always recommend everybody. Yeah, like that's the other direction you could go. Is you could go deeper into Excel. You can do a lot of like scripting inside of Excel to turn Excel into a more powerful tool. I tend to go the other way. I tend to, rather than diving deep into Excel, try to avoid Excel. Because I just like to do it all from a different tool set instead. Four more minutes until our download is done, and we can escape the just chatting category. We just moved to the just chatting category because we were joking about the download taking a long time. But yeah, like I tend to do that, and like the rest of my job nowadays is also like kind of like almost a little bit more management stuff. Yeah, so for machine learning, actually, the project that we're working on right now is for creating an AI that can play Pokemon. So it's completely relevant to that. Maybe not for creating games, but we are creating an AI player of games. In fact, what we're downloading right now, we're trying to follow a tutorial for like the old like Atari like Breakout style game. Like if I share this. Like this kind of game. Because if we can just get the tutorial working for this, we can adapt it pretty easily with the environment of like Pokemon battles instead of Atari Breakout. So yeah, machine learning can absolutely be good for game development, at least for creating, you know, AIs that are in the game. And then yeah, like also like it's definitely a very booming industry. If you are interested in programming and stuff like that, I definitely recommend it as a specialization to take, because machine learning is the, like, depending on where you are, the highest paid variant of software. So if you're gonna do software, you may as well do the one that gets the big bucks. It kind of depends on where you live, though. Unfortunately for Tokyo, it's not as much of a thing. It's a little bit more than the average software position, but in the U.S. it's like a crazy margin, and software developers already make a decent amount in the U.S. But it's just even more.
iPad. Do I think a drink?
I'm fine. Yeah. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on our download. Watch this not work. Like, watch, we're gonna download it. We're gonna hit run, and then it's like something's gonna be broken, and we're gonna have no idea why, and I'll just cry to myself or something. But we still have plenty of time for the stream. I'm hoping that we can get this idea working by the end of the stream, so that then we can start adapting it to the Pokemon one. At the very least, we were somewhat productive. Like, we raised an issue on GitHub, showing them our trying to prove our thing. Oh yeah, I can only barely speak Japanese. Nihongo shaberenai. Zenzen shaberenai. Which means I don't speak Japanese at all. Like, I know enough to eavesdrop a little bit. Like, if somebody's talking about me in Japanese, or talking about other things in Japanese, I can kind of understand what they're doing, or what they're saying, but it's not nearly enough to hold a conversation. And yeah, with, like, machine learning stuff, if you're looking for, like, resources, like, check out, like, Coursera, check out... Oh, I'm not typing. Check out deep learning .ai courses on Coursera. You can take them for free. Like, if you want like the programming assignments and the full experience, you have to pay. But for all the videos, and like the lecture notes and everything there, you can take it for free. And the most that it expects is some basic knowledge of like some like basic like Python, not advanced by any means, but just some basic knowledge. And if you want to get the most out of how neural networks work from a training process, some knowledge of calculus. But if you don't have the calculus knowledge, it's no big deal. It just means that you'll have more of a surface level understanding of how they work, but that's perfectly fine. You're not doing any calculus when you do machine learning. Like, at no point ever will you do calculus while you're doing machine learning. It's all handled in the back end for you. So if you don't understand it, it doesn't matter. You're not the one doing it. But yeah, so I am completely native English speaker. I don't do that. Oh, and the download has finished. We've got it done. We can leave the just chatting category because now we are no longer just chatting. I'll leave it on Ask Me Anything just because it's still kind of chill. And I'll change our category back to software and game development. Maybe this, depending on how things go, maybe like once a week or once every 2 weeks, I'll do an AMA or something for like 30 minutes on a stream. Like I think that might not be a bad idea for things. Oh, and for anybody that's learning programming in the chat, feel free to ever ask me any questions about things. Like if you ever have like a problem that you just can't seem to solve, I'll help you through it. I'll show you like what resources you can access to try to find an answer. But if you're really stuck, feel free to ask me and I can try to help out. I'm mostly familiar with Python, but you know, I have at least some amount of information on other things, so. Okay, there's that. Now the next step in their tutorial was to say python-m Atari I also need to pip install this Atari Pi, I guess. CD Atari Pi. Pip install -e. What? I swear, if this does something like, oh, you know, you can't. Please tell me that this is not, like, not gonna work on Windows. We also have. Okay, I could still pip install the Atari Pi. That might be okay. We'll see. And then let's go python-m Atari Pi dot import rows. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, import ROMs, not import rows. Okay, that didn't change anything. Well, either way, whether you're a beginner or you are working in the industry, everybody's welcome in this chat, as long as you're, you know, generally respectful and mindful of other people's experience. Well, let's just try it again. This exact tool didn't really work. Oh, there we go. I did a dash instead of an underscore. If I would have just copy pasted it, it would have worked. I don't know why I didn't just copy paste it. Okay, now let's do open up the Jupyter Notebook again. And let's try this once again. Work this time. Yeah, it worked. Nice. Okay, so it like the environment loaded. So we are able to do exactly the same as what this is. Right, and Jamie, thank you for the follow. By the way, just so you know, I stream every Tuesday and Thursday, except for whenever I'm sick, because I didn't stream this last Tuesday. And tomorrow, I'll finally be uploading some YouTube videos, other than the VODs that I've been uploading, to my YouTube channel. So if kind of seeing these long-term projects and how they work out, as well as some basic tutorials on some other things, or something you'd be interested in, definitely check it out. There are links in the description below the Twitch that you can see, and to go to all of my different links. My goal, maybe I'll say my goal by the end of the month, if I want to be ambitious, is to get to 50 followers on Twitch, because that's the last requirement I need to be a Twitch affiliate. That was originally my goal for the year, but I've been fortunate enough that I've been able to get followers and meet the other statistics fairly quickly. So hopefully that just means that what I'm doing is something that's interesting, and the channel can continue to grow. But yeah, definitely thanks for the follow. Okay, now let's check this whole huge thing out again. We could, in theory, just run it. Just no holds bar, just run it. I do want to put in a like a progress bar somewhere, so that we can make sure that it's actually working. Are there any prints? Okay, there are print statements. So this will print what's happening. I guess we can, oh, well, num actions is not defined. Let's restart run all cells. Okay, so I have run everything, and now the question is this working? I don't know. It's not printing anything yet. Which is kind of why I wanted to put a progress bar. Yeah, and just to be safe, I'm going to open up Task Manager again. We're not hitting any sort of limit on resources, so the stream shouldn't crash. That's happened in the past. It's as soon as we start training a model, the stream crashes. But we've got it limited on what resources it can use. Oh, and if you're just joining the chat, what we're doing right now is we're just trying to follow a tutorial for reinforcement learning, because the original technique we were going to use is no longer supported, and the library has been archived, and just really isn't something we can use anymore. So we need to change gears and find something new. So we're just trying to run a tutorial from this new library or from a different library. Just check it out, make sure it works, and if it does, then that's great, and we'll do this. But the worry is that I ran it like a minute ago and it's not printing any progress. I guess what we can do is we can use TQDM. This is actually a pro tip, if you want to call it that. It's pretty common library, but I highly recommend, if you're ever writing anything in Python, this library TQDM. It's actually the Arabic word for progress. I learned that because some of my coworkers at my last job were from Egypt, so they told me what it stands for. But TQDM allows you to turn any for loop into a progress bar for loop. It is very convenient. So that means we can turn this for loop right here into a for loop that has a progress bar. And now all of a sudden, whenever we run it, as long as we import TQDM, or from TQDM, import TQDM, and we run everything again, it should have a progress bar this time. If we scroll down, I see. So the progress bar isn't the best approach because whenever I get it now. Okay. So what was going on? Why wasn't it printing progress? It was doing something, but I think we need to kind of dive into a little bit of what's going on in this function. So in this function, which is our main training loop, it's like the simulation loop, what's happening is every time this big loop runs, which is the outermost loop, it's going to reset the game. So if we're looking at this, it's like starting over the whole game. I'll definitely check that out. Like, maybe it'll be a good thing to connect as well. But and luckily, like, the library that we're using for environments and that Pokémon uses for environments is very, very common. It's called OpenAI's Gym. So Gym. And it's a good open source, big supported library for reinforcement learning. The idea behind it is that you create a standard format for the game that's a gym, is what it's called, or an environment. And then any algorithm that supports OpenAI gyms, you can then train on just basically any environment. The only thing you have to change is the input and output dimensions. So instead of inputting in this image, you'd input in the observations in a Pokemon game, or the pixels on a game of Tetris or something else, the cards in your hand in poker, etc. So what's going on is in this larger outermost loop, the game gets restarted and the reward is 0. So it's starting from scratch. Nothing has happened. Then in a loop of max steps per episode, which I'm gonna get rid of this for loop because this progress bar because I'm realizing that it might actually not be the best idea. What we're doing is we are adding 1 to the frame count, which I guess, why not? I don't really get the reason. You could just use, I guess frame count is counting how many frames have happened across everything. Oh, while I'm talking about this, let's restart and run all this, so I'm not just explaining it with nothing running. Let me start up my phone again. Alright, there we go. I had a notification on my phone. Okay, so the point is that what's happening is if the frame is in still like the random frames, then it's going to just pick a random choice. Otherwise, it's going to try to use the model to decide what action to take. It's going to decay the probability of taking a random action. Then it's going to do that action. So this is where it actually does the action. So everything before it was just using the model to take the action, or at the beginning, like if you're in the start, you'll just be always doing random actions. It does the action, so the game progresses. Then the episode reward is increased by the reward for taking that one step. You append the action, the state, and everything on there, so you know what happened in that state. Then, on every fourth frame, for whatever reason, and once the batch size is over 32, so if the episode has lasted for more than 32 steps, then it's going to get that whole state and predict the future rewards on that predict. So that's basically what's doing this. So Open AI makes it very, very easy to do it, and it's basically just done inside the environment. So what happens is that state is equal to env.reset. What env.reset has to return is the current state of the game, which is a NumPy array of just numbers. So for this Atari game, it tells us that the state of the game is a 210 by 160 by 3 array. So it's a three-dimensional array. However, in the tutorial, instead, they are using, I guess, a simplified version. Yeah. They warp the frames, grayscale it, stack it 4 times, and then scale it down, which then turns it into an 84 by 84 by 4. So I guess it's just got some image processing work done on it. So all of that conversion to a number, like you're saying, should be happening in the environment. In Pokémon, for example, we write the code ourselves because they don't have a surefire way of doing that. So if we... Oh, I didn't mean to click on his profile. I meant to click on the library. If I show you an example, which is... let's go to examples. Yeah. This simple RL player. What this function is doing is it's just taking some information about the battle object, which is just your typical Python class that has its own attributes and its own types and subtypes and everything complicated going on there. It's extracting out some numerical information from it and just concatenating it onto one big list. So that kind of converting it to numbers is very subjective. The order might matter, it might not matter. For something like an image, the order definitely matters. For something like this, where it's just just 10 different variables, the order definitely doesn't matter. As long as it's consistent. So that's the power of like the OpenAI gyms, is that it already will do that heavy lifting for you for any gym that's already in here. It will be able to convert it to numbers for you. And if we scroll down, we can see, okay, running reward. It got 0.17 at episode 326. So after 326 attempts, its current reward is 0.17. Running reward is... Where is running reward set? Okay, running reward is the running average of the reward history over the history of your thing. And this game is considered solved at a reward of over 40. Yeah, we should probably be able to... This problem is done very manually, this approach to the reinforcement learning. In fact, the model is even trained using this gradient tape, which is actually a... this is the kind of low-level way of doing the weight updates in TensorFlow and Keras. Normally, this stuff is kind of abstracted away from you, but since we're kind of doing something custom with it, you were using it. So we should be able to see like the punishment stuff, but I think the way that punishment is basically done here is that we are getting some reward for the environment, which is something that is probably in terms of like seconds alive, if I had to guess. And then the Q learning part, which is that kind of punishment idea of adjusting things based off of their score, is done by sampling the last 32 rewards, multiplying it by, or adding onto that sample a multiplier by the max of the future rewards, and then use that to train the model, or to do one step of the model training. So basically it's looking at the previous steps. Yeah, it's taking a random sample of those steps, doing one step on that sample. So it's basically like we're running the data or we're running the model to keep getting data on how well is it doing, and also like simulation data. And at the same time, the model is then being trained on the result of that data. So we have, because remember we have two different models. We have model and model target. If we look in here, we can see model target is used to predict the future rewards. And model target is updated every 10,000 frames. So here we can see like the running reward model target gets updated just like once every time that this happens. So if we want to print out some statistics, we're going to have to do it very manually ourselves based off of these like kind of running history totals to see what was going on. At the very least, from a very simplistic point of view, we can see from this what the reward over time is. But as for the like the Q coefficients that are then getting used in the model and what it was predicting each time, we'd have to also log that in a history to be able to plot that over time. I think though that this will give us the reward history because I don't. Are they removing? Oh, they are removing things from the reward history. So unless we also log this separately, we won't be able to plot it perfectly. Oh, also in theory, we should see that the gap between these numbers, so like 326 to 615, the gap between those numbers should be decreasing as time passes. Reason being that we should see it each individual episode take more frames because it's able to survive for longer. I wish we could find a good description on what this game is though. Maybe we can look it up, like Breakout No Frame Skip V4 or something. To see if we can get an idea of what the actual... No, this is just an issue. Breakout V no frame skip V4. Okay, so it's basically the same as Breakout V0. So now what we just need to do is look up how the reward is calculated for Breakout V0. I guess we'll need to check out the reward for it. And maybe the source code to see what the reward is. At the very least, this code is written in such a way that a reward of 40 is considered a good thing. We go to documentation, gym, ends. It's gonna be in like Atari or something. Yeah. Well. Oh, and it digressed. It got a little bit worse. But yeah, so either way, it seems like it's working. Even if this model might not, or might take a while to run. In fact, the tutorial says that on modern hardware, within 24 hours, it should get to a point where it solved it. With none of the changes made. I think we actually did change some of these statistics here. Like, I think we stepped down the memory from like 100,000 to 10,000 or something. So that might cause some amount of performance difference, but at the very least it is working. So where we would need to see something change on our end is we'd want to swap out, let's see, maybe there would be, it would make sense if there is. We can view it in Colab. But there's no like model. Well, so let's take a look here. Basically, like there probably is a pre-trained model that we could load, but the main thing was we just wanted to make sure that we could get it working, and it is working now. Now what we need is to figure out what are we going to have to change, if anything, in order to get this working on Pokemon instead. And it seems like what it's going to do is it's going to return like reset. If we just keep it on as is it's going to return observations in the battle. So yeah, exactly. Like, since this is a very manual approach, we might actually just very manually tell it, instead of using this whole thing as an environment, kind of step around that. Like, we don't need to use OpenAI Gym, because the only place where the env is actually used, like if we look up env, it's used to reset. It's used to take one step of an action. And that's it. That's all the environment is used for. It's used for the resetting to get the current, the initial state. Which, if we can get the initial state ourselves, then we don't need. And then the step to do one move, which if we could do that ourselves, then it wouldn't be bad. So there's a couple ways around this. Yeah, in this case, it doesn't seem like they're actually using the OpenAI Gym to do any sort of training. It's actually just everything is trained outside of it. The action to take is using a model outside of the environment. The environment is literally just being used to run the game. And so that means we can kind of do the same thing with Pokéenv. We can use Pokéenv just to run the game and do all the training outside of it. And maybe then we don't face a lot of the same issues. So that's kind of hopeful, like that maybe we can kind of get away with that. The issue though is that Pokéenv is built in such a way that it's really meant for it's really meant for running a battle at a time, not a turn at a time. So what we need to do is we'll still kind of have this kind of two loop format. Like, let's open up a whiteboard. So the idea is that in your outer loop, which is just a while true, basically. This is your training loop. You would do something like a maximum amount of battles you want to train for, but it's probably safe. It's probably easier just to do a while true and then put some breaking conditions in the middle. Like if the training has just not improved in 1,000 battles, then you give up and you stop training. Or if it's trained for 100,000 battles, then it stops. Or it trains for 1,000,000 battles, something like that. So this is where we're going to start a battle. We need to start a battle. Then what we need to do is we would need some sort of loop of, you know, while the battle is happening, we need to get the observation. We need to decide the action. We need to take the action. So maybe submit the action. And then we need to adjust model using reward. And then after the battle breaks, this is where you would have your break conditions. And now the actual code that we've just got running kind of does this adjusting model in two different ways. They adjust the normal model every single step. And then the target model, which is the final output, they adjust every 10,000 frames. So we could do like every 100 battles, adjust the model, the target model. It seems like it's for a stability purpose. I mean, I guess that makes sense. But, so this all seems very doable except for one key thing that will be a little bit annoying, which is the deciding individual actions. Because the way that agents right now are structured in the library is, if we look at, let's look at like a basic one, best move. So the way that agents right now work is that it's a class that gets called choose move given a battle object. So we might have to still create our own best move player thing that can do this for us, overwriting a lot of the original player things, because we want it to only take actions and predict actions when we say for it to take actions and predict actions, not just every single time it's prompted. Because right now, the way that they work is that they are, instead of in a loop, they are listening on a WebSocket layer for messages. And every single time they get a message from that WebSocket layer, they take action. So it's synced up to the WebSocket layer, not synced up to some sort of loop that it's running in. So we'd have to kind of change that. Or manually call the functions ourselves. Which would be kind of annoying. But maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that's how things should work. Now, the other thing that we could also do, that I'm trying to think of, it's not reinforcement learning though, but it would it's a kind of fallback idea. So this is reinforcement learning, what we're looking at right now. This is reinforcement. Because the model is training on the fly, and it's making new decisions each time. It's not just making the same bad decisions over and over again. The idea is eventually it will learn and it will stop making those bad decisions. So this is reinforcement, and that's the key idea behind reinforcement. The other thing that you could do is you could simulate random battles. And store the results. And then your training loop is just given an observation, what action should you take to maximize the result? And you just pre-compute everything. So this would be something like, you know, simulate, you know, 1,000,000 random battles, saving every move and result, then train model. In both situations, you're training the model to do the same thing. And in principle, it's very, very similar. Like the model is kind of the same. It's just taking in an observation state. You can have exactly the same observation function for both methods. And then it produces an action. You could have exactly the same action space for both methods. The key difference is that in reinforcement learning, you didn't simulate everything ahead of time. You run one round, update, then use the updated thing to run the next round, update, and so on and so forth. With the simulate random, you just simulate 1,000,000 random battles, and then hope that there were good insights to learn from there, and kind of go from there. And you don't have to do purely random stuff. You could also do, you know, a mix of the random one, that game AI one we wrote, and then some of the simpler ones as well, like the best move battler, and just do a big mixture of all of those. And that would be, you know, a way of doing it that would probably be better. The pros and cons are basically that the reinforcement one, based off of how the library currently works, will be a little bit more complicated to do. But in theory, if you do reinforcement learning for 1,000,000 battles versus random for 1,000,000 battles, the potential for the reinforcement learning thing to learn more information is higher. Because it could figure out better things. However, it's not perfect either on its own, because remember, the reinforcement learning thing still has to battle against somebody. So if you do reinforcement, like, you don't escape that whole randomness aspect. If you do reinforcement learning against random, it kind of just learns how to beat people that just pick random moves. It doesn't necessarily learn how to beat even, like, you know, competitive, you know, strong players. And you could do a little bit of both. You could do 1,000,000 random battles, train a model off of that, and have that be your initial model going into the reinforcement process. Because the speed of doing the 1,000,000 simulations will probably be higher than the reinforcement one, because the reinforcement one has to do one at a time. With simulate random, we were able to do like 200 battles at a time. So simulating the random ones will be like 200 times faster. And that's the difference between if it takes a day versus taking a year to train. So well, I think I might do a mixture of both. I think it's still a good idea to do the reinforcement learning approach. Even if it's once it's tuned, like once it's trained an initial model and then we're tuning it. Because the potential for the reinforcement model is that we could actually have it even just do the ladder on like real Pokemon Showdown. Like if it has to run one at a time, we could have it actually compete on real Pokemon Showdown against real people and learn from that. And I think that would be really neat, to try to do our last mile of training on that. Because, you know, inherently with this reinforcement approach, you see these loops, and these loops are serial loops. These are one after another. There's no parallel processing done here. Whereas the simulate random, you know, if you had a big enough server, you could do all million battles at once. I mean, obviously you can't, but so the PokeEnd thing, the whole point of that library is for creating a state based off of a Pokemon Showdown game. And we don't want to have to mimic everything in Pokemon because there's lots of complicated things, right? That taking an action and creating a new state is what Pokemon Showdown does, which is very, very complicated to do. And so we don't want to recreate all of Pokemon Showdown. We need to use it in some way. But I think if we do use PokeEnd, and like we're gonna have to use PokeEnd for the reinforcement learning, what we'll probably end up doing is we'll create our own player object that has training built in to the run loop. So let's see if we can pull up the source code for it right now. Yeah, let's look at player right now. Basically, when it gets created, it starts listening. Player network interface. There we go. It does this self.listen. And so we will probably have to modify this function. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I think that doing this combination approach is the most practical thing. Because the Pokemon Showdown element, even if it's not slow, a whole battle can be done in like 3 seconds. That is very slow by machine learning standards. Because a whole battle will be maybe 20 turns. So that means you could do 20 rows of data in about 3 seconds. But that is painfully slow compared to machine learning methods that would do 20 rows of data in like a couple of milliseconds. So by machine learning standards, training it the whole way using this reinforcement approach, I think is not practical. So maybe doing this simulate a million battles, create an initial model, then load that initial model and do reinforcement learning for like 1,000 battles or 10,000 battles makes sense. Because 10,000, like if we do a little bit of napkin math, A million battles, we could just run it over the weekend and it'll get a million battles, especially with all the speed improvements we did over the past couple of weeks. And if we were just doing pure random, we could do a million battles in like 2 days. But for the reinforcement learning, if we did 10,000 battles times, 3 seconds, that's, 30,000 seconds divided by 60, that's 500 minutes divided by 60. That's 8 hours of training to do 10,000 battles. If we wanted to do a million battles, then that's 833 hours. Which is 34 days. It would take a month to train this model. So it's the difference between it taking a month versus taking 8 hours. So, well, yeah, so the idea is that for the simulating random, we still just need to save the state. But what that means is that we don't care when that state was run. We just need to be able to log it to a file. So in here, every time it goes to choose move, it's going to take this battle object, embed it in the numbers. So calculate the numeric state, the array of maybe like 60 or 600 numbers. Going to take that whole array. And then it's going to save that. And it's going to save it along with the battle ID. So then afterwards, what we'll do is we will kind of look at the states and reference them with the battle ID and create rewards that way. So if that player won that battle ID, we will, or based off of the results of how the battle went, if they lost 4 Pokemon and 2 survived, we calculate the reward, and that becomes our training data. So the advantage is that calculating or turning the battle into a vector probably takes, milliseconds to convert it. And no, by the way, you're not wrong at all. It's just that in the middle of the choosing the move, calculating the state is very, very fast. But the simulating a whole battle, one after another, is very slow. The reason why we've been able to simulate so many battles so far has been concurrency. But there's no concurrency in this reinforcement learning. It's entirely one at a time, which is why it's so much slower. So this approach lets us, while still doing concurrency, save the state that we saw over and over again. Yeah, my cat is like right outside the door. He just stops meowing and just licks it. And we would write some sort of script that then just takes those saved state files, references it with maybe like a log of all the results that have happened, maybe replays even, and reads those replays to create the data set. So it would be something like this input vector led to, or this input vector plus this action led to this result. Something like that. Because we can also log what action it decided to take. So I think splitting it up into these two kind of stages of doing simulate random and then reinforcement is the most practical from a time consuming standpoint. Now, technically, based off of our Wolfram Alpha stuff, doing the reinforcement learning straight up is within the realm of possibility It's just that it'd take a month. Versus simulate a million battles over the weekend, create the training data, train the model, probably also will only take like another couple hours. Because that can happen concurrently using machine learning. And then do reinforcement learning for like 8 hours on like 10,000 battles. So I think this is the way to go. As for tonight, what do we want to do? I guess let's look again at our code that's still running. Let's see how far it's gotten. It started to pick up a little bit. It's gone 70,000 frames. I don't know how long it's been running for, but it's done 70,000 frames of the game. Let's copy this whole thing and paste it down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of clean this up into a couple of different things. So here we need to create a new battle against an opponent. So maybe it'll be a ladder match, even. That could be interesting to do, like a battle against a real person on Pokemon Showdown. Because I actually do have the idea of after this is trained, trying to reach out to some sort of, act like normal Pokemon YouTubers or streamers and challenging them with it. So doing that kind of reinforcement learning, training it against the real Showdown ladder, that would give us an indication of how good it is. Because it'd give us a real score on the ladder. Okay, so we create a new battle against an opponent. Then, instead of this being like 4 time step and whatever, this is instead going to just be a while true. A second while true. So this is going to be run through battles until conditions are met. This one, on the other hand, is run the battle, deciding an action each turn. And unfortunately, our real implementation might have to do something like inside the battle, load the model from a file, do 1 step, save it back out. Like, it could be pretty slow. Yeah, exactly. So for this simulated approach, the model won't really be deciding anything. This is just taking some simulated data, the state, action chosen, final result, and train the model to pick the best action. Basically, to predict using state plus action chosen plus result to train that kind of model. Then, after, it doesn't get to pick anything. It just trains off of the data that already exists. The reinforcement learning is just taking that kind of pre-trained off of random data model, loading it back in, keeping the weights, and going from there to use it concurrently with the battles. So it's you've got the right idea. That the one on the right, the simulated approach, is not reinforcement learning because there's no reinforcement going on. Those million battles are static. We'll run the million battles. The model's not used at all. The model doesn't get to interact with those. It's basically like if you were training a model, or if you were like learning to play chess, and what you did first was you looked through a million chess games to see what happened, and then you started playing chess. So our idea is that maybe we can get an okay model doing this kind of approach, because it will be much faster and more convenient from a programming standpoint. And then the real kind of nitty-gritty of training it and tuning it to do like amazing things will be the pure reinforcement learning where it gets to interact. But since that will be significantly slower, we want it to get, as far as it can go. And I guess this is, the same rationale why they are doing just random choices at the beginning of training it, is that maybe it doesn't really matter what the model interacts with and chooses, because it's so bad at the beginning anyways that it's not gonna be any better. Okay, so it's gonna be deciding an action each turn. Then it needs to embed the battle as a NumPy array. Use the model on the array to determine the score of each action. Exactly. And it won't be memorizing it. It won't be a lookup table for it to try to reference, has this happened before, and use what happened. Instead, it'll just be training data for the exact same model that we use, where we just force the action. Where it doesn't get to pick which action did the best. It just forcibly picked that action. Score of each action. Choose the action with highest predicted score. By the time we're training it this far, I don't think we need to do random actions at all, because if we've simulated the million random battles, we don't need to do random things anymore. Submit the action and get a partial reward for the state. Do we need state next for anything? Okay, and then that's model training. That's just printing progress and updating the target model if it's every 10,000. Limiting the memories. Yeah, basically epsilon equals 0. If we're doing this approach, I think that makes sense. Because, you could set the epsilon to higher and have it still do randomness, but I think we've got that idea by doing this million random battles. If we find that it's really plateauing, then this would be, or it's not really improving much over the random battles, after it starts the reinforcement learning, then we could reintroduce epsilon. But it'll make it simpler, so I think it's just better to do it this way. save the actions in the states in a replay buffer. Okay, we might have to do some of this at the beginning of the next time. Yeah, that's true too. Like, having the epsilon will allow it to have a little bit more kind of learnability. But our hope is that the battle embedding that we use will be general enough for it to learn new things. If it's not the case, like if it is really struggling, we could introduce like maybe a small epsilon, like maybe random action 1 in 10 times. But our goal is that our initial random simulations should be sufficient enough to provide fairly large coverage of the different possibilities. It won't by any means exhaust our action space of all potential action spaces, or embedding spaces, but at the very least it should give a decent summary. And if we design our battle embedding good enough, then, or general enough, then it might not be an issue. The only thing I'm not too sure of is that one of the things that this requires is then getting the updated state. So each loop actually is... it's embedding the battle as a NumPy array with the current state. It takes an action and then it gets the state. So we might have to kind of flip it around, where we just use it already to predict an update. Because we're not going to be able to get the next state back. Whenever we submit the answer, that's it. We don't get feedback until the next time the function runs. So it's not going to tell us reward information right away. So what we'll need to do is we'll need to do a battle history. So that way at the beginning we update it based off of the last step and the last action right at the very beginning. Whaley55, thank you for the follow. We're working through the logic of how we're going to do this reinforcement learning. We've got it kind of mocked up a little bit in a whiteboard. Basically, it's kind of 2 stages. It's a little bit reversed. The one on the right is stage 1, and the one on the left is stage 2. But basically, our idea is to simulate 1 million battles, maybe more, maybe 10 million battles, of kind of just random battles, store the results of what happened, and train a model off of those simulated battles. Once we then have a baseline model, then we'll start the actual reinforcement learning, which is where the model is kind of playing it one at a time and deciding what to do. So that's going to be much slower because we'll be doing it one at a time. But the hope is that it can kind of learn to do cooler things against better players. Because if it's doing it one at a time, we may as well have it compete against real people online. So the reinforcement learning might be like online learning. Whereas the simulated random will be kind of offline. Also, in reinforcement, or in machine learning, this is not what people are referring to when they say online learning or offline learning. But this is purely in the context of, like, the reinforcement one might be literally connected to the internet, playing with real people, learning to beat them. Okay, so that makes sense for this approach. Which means the best thing that we could do right now is just get it going, simulating millions of battles. And since this is kind of our random space, we can just go ahead and have it do random battles. Just purely random, everything random, because we want a big summary of all sorts of actions, even if they're dumb actions, which I think random can give us. Yeah, like, I actually haven't had much exposure either. While machine learning has come a long way recently in terms of user friendliness, reinforcement learning I don't think is quite there in terms of user friendliness. Some of the libraries that I thought I had hope for, turns out they're just completely discontinued and archived. So we're having a little bit of difficulty, but yeah. And so by the way, I stream this project every Tuesday and Thursday, and tomorrow I'll be uploading the first couple of parts, like first 2 parts, as YouTube videos on my YouTube channel. So if you want to see kind of in a more edited, concise form of what this project is and where we're going with it, check it out. I'll be uploading that stuff tomorrow. And I stream Tuesday, Thursdays at around 6:30 my time, which is Japan time, to about midnight my time, which is in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes. But yeah, stick around. We are a pretty chill environment. Typically just a couple people talking in chat about machine learning and Python. But feel free to ask any questions about your own stuff, the project, anything. Thanks for the follow. Okay. So I think what we need to do first actually is check if there was an action last time. If so, update model based on results. I think we have to kind of flip it. So rather than take an action update, we need to do update unless it's the very first turn, and then take an action. Because we won't get feedback. As soon as we tell it to take an action, then the function will stop and we won't do anything else. And then, of course, also, if the battle is ended, break. And I guess our full exit condition, we might have a couple of exit conditions. So exit 1, model average reward has not increased by, maybe 1% in 100 battles. Or maybe this is all adjustable, right? The threshold that we give up at and how often. And this exit is kind of the bad exit, or it's the stabilized exit. It's kind of finished improving. Exit 2 is kind of the cutoff exit, that it's just run for too long. This is the kind of timeout exit. And this is just that the model has run for, I don't know, maybe 10,000 battles. Or, oh, and 50 battles. And then maybe exit 3 is if there's some sort of minimum threshold of how good it is. So maybe something like model has I guess that would kind of be covered by average reward. Unless our reward is limitless, we don't need a minimum threshold to say we've solved it. Like if our reward has a theoretical maximum, like let's say all of your Pokemon being at max health and you won, then in that case you could just kind of, and you don't need to have any advanced thresholding or anything. Ooh, I'm getting some like bad internet spikes. Let me see real quick if there's anything else going on my network. Let me go to a BRB screen real back. I'm still here, but I noticed that I'm like streaming at like a much lower quality. It might be some things running on my network. And okay, I closed out of anything else that was running in the background network-wise. I have some other software that runs. Hopefully that helps the stream quality. I'm connected over Ethernet right now, which is surprising that I was eating up that much bandwidth in that case, because I have a 2 gig plan here. Oh, also, if you're new to the channel and watching, I'm in Tokyo. I work in machine learning here in Tokyo. Okay, so that's the kind of framework of how this is going to work. But in reality, it's not actually going to be in while true loops. The external one will be. It'll be starting battles. But the internal one won't really be a loop, a while loop. Instead, what we'll do is we will add it to this kind of choose move function. So we'll write a choose move that does this stuff in here. So it might have to, we'll have to like create a player, load the model, like assign it the model, run the battle where it's going to choose moves each time, doing the update inside here. And then it's going to do the exit condition. So I think it's not too bad then in that case. We're not using it as an OpenAI gym, which is, I think, the way to go. Rather than try to get it working and loading and training like an OpenAI gym, I think this makes a lot more sense. Now, there's no concurrency aspect, which is a little bit of a shame. But at least in principle, the idea works, even if it is slow. Okay, so we have an idea of that. Now let's get some random battles simulated in the background, and that'll be like the kind of last thing that we do for the day, because it's almost midnight here. And I mean, tomorrow is a holiday for me, but I do want to not sleep in all day tomorrow because I need to finish up those YouTube videos. Content. Because I am apparently a content creator now, which is terrifying to me. But oh well, it's what I'm doing for this year at least. Who knows? After this year, based off of how everything goes, that's where I'll decide if I'm doing it further or not. I don't have any sort of hard goals. It's more just, is it, is it fun still? I'm not the best streamer, but it is still entertaining, at least for now.
Someone have a
Okay. Okay. So let's look. There's ladder run, which is what we want to do. Because we want to simulate the ladder and we want to save it as results. So let's create a kind of random state battler. So we're gonna add it into MISC. Let's just go to high power and we're gonna copy this file. We're gonna say random logger, and we're gonna say, again, this is random logger. We're gonna have a function that's embed battle, self battle. This is going to be our function that Blind Looker, you've been mentioning a lot, which is the function that's going to take the state and kind of embed it into some sort of vector. So I'm not going to be doing just Pokemon projects, though the main project I've been working up till now is Pokemon. But I kind of want to do just fun, interesting things involving AI that not really anybody has done before. So I have a couple of ideas in the backlog. I was kind of inspired in part by Michael Reeves. I was inspired to do this Pokemon Nuzlocke player because I've been watching in my free time a lot of Pokemon challenges, who's a good Twitch streamer. I watch Wolfie occasionally. So the fact that I've been interested in Pokemon is why I was kind of inspired to do this. But as for how my channel is, I do AI stuff for my day job, and I've noticed that some people might involve a little bit of AI in their projects, but there's basically nobody that does it for real. So I kind of realized that if I did it, I would be basically the only one doing it. And so I could kind of carve out my own little niche on Twitch or on YouTube that isn't just basic tutorials on what is machine learning, but instead interesting projects where machine learning is the primary focus. I've never heard of GeoHot. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, exactly. There's not really a lot going on. So I have no idea if my stream is entertaining. I mean, right now I have 7 viewers, so I guess maybe it's entertaining for 7 people. But hopefully, as I get better at this, and as we're working on more and more interesting projects, it's a good experience. Okay, so we need to embed the battle in a consistent way. So what are the things that we need? We need details about the active Pokemon. So this is going to be things like current HP, current attack, current defense. I don't know why I'm typing out every single individual one. I'm just going to say current stats. Current boosts. So things like you have a +2 bonus to attack, because those are more flexible things. So current HP, maybe as a fraction. Then we'll do something like oh, of course, status. What, if there's any status affected. And then we also need information about the opponent. So we need the user HP fraction, the user status. Then we need the opponent HP fraction. We can't get the opponent's stats because we can't know the opponent's stats, but we can know the opponent's boosts, and we can know the opponent's status. Wow, I got my first spam message. I haven't got spam message ups to this point. Welcome to the chat, Electro Gamer ZZ. You're my first spammer in my chat. Even though you've only typed it once. I think I'm good. And then we need to know, I guess, in theory, we actually even need to know the Pokemon that we have as available to switch to, and the Pokemon that the opponent has. But there might be a little bit of nuance to it, because there is, like, there could be mystery. Like, we don't always know all of the opponent's Pokemon. Like, the way that Showdown works is that you don't know the whole opponent's team necessarily. Like, not all formats do that. Like, you might know their species. Oh, duh. That's a kind of important one. User species. Yeah, exactly. Like, that should be one of the achievements that I was showing you guys earlier on Twitch. It's like, you know, your first bot. And then we should also do the user moves. So it has details about which moves to use. So this would be good, but it doesn't tell us anything about when we should switch. If we had all of this detail, which this could be a decent amount of detail. For example, the user species. There are, like, what, 900-ish options. HP fraction, this is just a number. So there's just one here. User stats, so this is 6 floats. HP, speed, attack, defense, special attack, special defense. Yep. User boosts, 6 integers. I guess this would be 6 ints. User status. We would probably use side condition plus status, so this could be like 100-ish categories based off of all the side effects and effects, or side conditions and effects and statuses. There could be a lot. User moves. This is going to be a big category. This is 4 times like, I think it's like 400 different moves. And then again, the opponent species, 900-ish categories, just 1 float. The opponent boosts. Oh yeah, probably. I mean, like, the person has only messaged once, so I haven't really needed to do it, but if they're clearly a bot, so I'll just time them out. I've never actually banned anybody. so that's neat. Nah, I just banned them. There's a bot, so it doesn't matter. The opponent boosts, which is again 6 ints. And then lastly, the opponent status, which is again like 100 different categories or so. And so this whole block right here, this repeats for each opponent Pokemon and each ally Pokemon, which would be 11, up to 11. So this could be a lot of data. In fact, let's do more napkin math. Yeah, so that would be an interesting thing to do, to take into account the previous states. And actually, we can do that, because what we'll be doing is feeding it in the current state to make a prediction on what move is best to use. But we could also do something like predict what item an opponent has, and that would just be added as a category, because what we'll see actually is that the opponent information is hidden. So it might be neat to, rather than just telling the model, oh, we don't know, to have a secondary model that tries to guess and fill in the blanks. So something, because like when we're simulating the battles, we actually do have perfect information. We know the exact stats and everything. Yeah, I don't know why there's such a delay. I think it's actually that like low latency as an option is limited to Twitch affiliates and stuff like that. Like I don't have like the low latency option as a thing I can select. So the delay is pretty large. Well, just 18 more followers. 18 more followers and I hit Twitch affiliate. But yeah, like that could be neat to do from like a recurrent model perspective, to store previous states and do like maybe it just reads in like 3 turns and then guesses what it should do. The way around that is that in reality, you don't actually need the previous states to do your current move. The point would be trying to guess what items they have or their ability or their moves or whatever. So if we could train a separate model that does that kind of guessing for us, then that could kind of accomplish that. So either way, a recurrent one or a kind of fill in the gaps model would be neat to do. And the fill in the gaps model would actually be really easy to train, because you could pull competitive Pokemon information. You could pull all the different teams that people use with statistics of how often those teams get used. So you could even just have something that just tries to fill in with, okay, this Pokemon typically has a scarf. And then, you know, based off of what it's seen in this state, or in the last 2 states, it then says, yes, that was definitely scarfed. Okay. But for now, it's gonna be, it's gonna just be simple while we're just writing something up. And yeah, let's do napkin math to figure out, and also by napkin math, I mean Wolfram Alpha. So right now, we've said that the user species, let's call it 900 categories. So there are 900 categories, plus 1 for the HP, plus 6, plus 6, plus 100, plus 4 times 400, That's like 2,600 columns of data. That's a lot of columns of data. And it starts to make the fact that we are doing millions of... that's not what I meant to pull up. Millions of battles seem actually like kind of a small amount. Because already right now, there are 2,400 columns of data to use in, or 2,600 columns of data just to encode the user Pokemon. This is because every categorical variable you actually treat as a separate column. The user species, you want to treat them all as separate columns with a 1 or a 0 if it is or isn't that Pokemon. It is going to be very sparse data, so a model can learn pretty easily what's going on. We could simplify it, where instead of it's the user species, it's the user type. Luckily, if we encode the user species, we might not have to do the user type, so we can kind of simplify it. But that's all the information for that. If we did do the full encoding of then 11 times 900 plus 1 plus 6 plus 100 plus 4 times 400 that is 31,000 columns. Not the largest I've ever seen a model trained on, but that is a lot of columns of data. And this also doesn't include items or abilities, which is not good. Like we want to include those. In fact, actually, let's figure it out. Let's include the items and abilities, and let's see if it just becomes infeasible to encode the full thing perfectly. Did I close? I closed the other one. Dang it. Probably because I was like, oh, we'll just be finishing up soon. Okay. Data. Do they not have items? Huh. I guess they don't have a list of all the items. Pokemon Showdown most popular items. Or maybe something like item usage statistics. I'm curious, basically, what's the most... Focus Sash. So by the time you get to... Okay, by the time you get to even like 100, you're at like less than 1% usage. So we could cut it off at 100 basically. Like if it's not in these popular categories, it's just an unknown item. Then again, in total there's like 200 items, and several of these are not used at all. But let's just do 200. Let's just call it 200. So there are also 200 items you can have. And abilities. Number of Pokemon abilities. Oh, actually, we don't need... Okay. We don't need to do number of Pokemon abilities, because not every Pokemon can have every ability. Which means we might actually be able to even simplify the way we do the moves. We could potentially simplify it. Thank you, Desapod, or Desapod, or Dsapod, however you pronounce your username. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. My goal is 50 followers, because at 50 followers I'll meet every criteria for the Twitch affiliate, which is my my goal. Yeah, that would be a good thing for items. It also would be possible to create abstractions for abilities, but I think actually with abilities, Pokemon can only have like up to 3 different abilities. So we could just do ability slot 1, 2, or 3, and hope that it learns based off the species what ability it can have. So in theory, it might not be able to face off against a Hackmon that has like a hacked ability. Okay, if we do that, then that gives us just shy of 34,000 columns. Okay. And a lot of those will be like basically never used. It'll be really sparse. But if we assume that, you know, with the battles, we need to do like maybe 10 million battles, then what that tells us is out of the 10 million, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. We would have about 300 coverage. Now, because of the fact that some of the things are super, super rare, you wouldn't see a lot of them. But this is a nice upper bound, I guess. So actually, abilities specifically, like if we go to sarah.net, if abilities, I believe like the slot is pretty locked. Like if we look at, yeah, just go to BDSP Pokedex. Just wanted a Pokemon. There you go, Lock Bunny. Ludwig's favorite. If we look at this, you can see that there are 2 natural abilities. There's Cute Charm and Klutz, and then there's a hidden ability. So Pokemon, I'm pretty sure, can only have up to 3 different abilities. So we could just kind of encode it as which ability does it have, 1, 2, or 3. Does it have ability 1, does it have ability 2, or does it have ability 3? In fact, that could be even reduced just to 1 column, but at the point where we have 33,000, we may as well just have 3 separate columns. Does it have 1, does it have 2, does it have 3? Now, the hope is that then it would also learn, based off the species, what ability is that. And it might not, but it might be good enough, because if its ability doesn't really matter in battle, then it won't learn it, but oh well. Okay, so I think that kind of makes sense. And so at 10 million battles, we'd have like 300 coverage of everything. And 33,000 is a lot. Yeah, like that would kind of be good too. Like I think actually what Whaley55 mentioned earlier, and we started kind of talking about, would be a good idea of that Pokemon on Showdown is not a perfect information game. You don't get to know the opponent's ability and held item and stats and everything. Like that stuff's hidden from you. So creating a model that can try to predict and fill in those gaps, it's called an autoencoder, would actually be a pretty good idea to do. because we could then like actually fill in those gaps and make pretty accurate conclusions about what's going on. So the user ability or the user moves, user item, and the user ability. And then for the opponent, we then also have the... Instead of opponent, I'm going to call it other. And that's a pretty large amount of columns. This is a lot of data, but a lot of it is one-hot encoded sparse arrays. So machine learning models are not too bad at dealing with those. Like, especially neural networks are actually pretty decent at dealing with sparse data or sparse arrays. Oh, well, thanks for hanging out in chat. I'll be here again Tuesday, and I'll upload some videos tomorrow. I still can't, like, since I'm not an affiliate yet, which is my goal, I can't do anything like gift subs, but I would say that if I don't upload the videos, I would gift subs, but oh well, you guys get nothing because I'm not an affiliate yet. But until then, you know, have a good rest of your weekend. Hopefully I see you again on Tuesday. But,
What is this place?
thank you. I appreciate it. But, yeah. Okay, so this is all the details that we need in order to embed the battle fully. If we want to do this for real, what we should probably do is we should create like a dictionary of what move is what, number, slot, what ability, or which move is which slot, which ability is which slot. And the idea is that since so many things, all of the unknowns are one-hot encoded things, we just leave them as 0 if we don't know. And then that would kind of give us the ability to go from there. Now, there are like 400-ish moves, but the slot number you know it in only matters for the user. It doesn't matter for the opponents and your allies. So we could actually condense the other moves. Oh, right, yep. By doing a multi-hot encoding instead of one hot. Because we need to know which slot the user's moves are in so that it can pick slot 1, 2, 3, or 4. Because it only gets to say 1, 2, 3, or 4. It doesn't get to say the name of a move to use. The model. Otherwise our output space would also be gigantic. And we want our action space to be pretty limited. The observation space can be large, but the action space should be limited. So what multi-hot encoding is it's exactly like one-hot encoding, which if you're not familiar with either, what it is one-hot encoding is like if you have, let's say a color or something. If you have like columns like blue, green, red, yellow. A one-hot encoding is that you put zeros under everything that it isn't, and ones under what it is. So this is a one-hot encoding. you've turned a category into 4 columns, one for each option, and you put a 1 under what it is. A multi-hot encoding is where you can have multiple ones. So if something is both red and black, then you put a 1 under both. And the reason why we can do that for others, their moves, is that we don't care what slot they have what move in. Doesn't matter. All that matters to us is what moves they know. And what moves our allies know that we can switch to. So that would kind of make sense to do, and that would save us, actually, because then that would cut down actually on a lot of the difficulty, because we'd get rid of that kind of 4x. So it goes from like 36... Yeah, that went from 36,000 to 20,000. So we got rid of almost half of the columns just by slightly more condensed formatting. We still probably need to do that for moves. Also, I'm not sure actually how many moves there are. There might be many more than 400. In which case, what we could do is the possible moves a Pokemon could know, but that on its own might be a very large list. And different Pokemon can know different amounts of moves. In fact, Mew can know every move, pretty much. So we kind of aren't really getting away from that too much. Let's see, if we go to here, we can see moves.json. This is sorted alphabetically. And I see something is move number 719. So there are moves with ID number up to 719. Num colon space 10. Okay, so there are over 1,000 moves. I way underestimated it. Okay. There are 1,000 moves. Oh, wait, no. Those Gigantamax moves are just always have the move number 800. So there's at least 800 moves. What about 850? 825. 840. 835. 830? Okay, so there's like 820 moves. I'll say 825. So that's like double the amount of moves that I thought there were, which brings us back up to 27,000 columns. Is there any way we could condense this down further? I mean, the advantage is that we could... This is also on all of Pokemon. Our goal at the end of the day is to beat a Pokemon Black Nuzlocke, which means we could limit to just the moves that exist in Pokemon Black, not all moves that exist, which would, you know, save us something. Oh, a simpler way, we could have just counted how many nums happen. 859. So there's 860 moves. There's natures. We could do nature. Oh, yeah, nature. Duh. How many natures are there? There's 25 natures. So each one could have 25 natures. So that increases the number by a little bit. Since we're telling it what species it is, we don't need to tell it what type the Pokemon is. But if we wanted to simplify down the species, we could do that. Yeah, you're right. I guess we don't need the user's nature, but we might want to guess the opponent nature maybe. Because we won't know the opponent's stats, but we don't necessarily need the user's nature. So that's true. That saves you 25 columns. But like maybe you want to guess the opponent's nature. I don't know. Like if there's any Pokemon that could be either a special attacker or a physical attacker, then maybe you would want to be able to guess which way did they go. Did they go all in? Oh, there's also EVs and IVs. But IVs, I guess you could just basically always assume are perfect. You don't really need to know the IVs and make a decision based off of that. And then EVs, you might want to have some amount of kind of controlling for that. That would kind of make sense. But yeah, so I think that makes sense. Yeah, so in an actual game, I'm pretty sure the natures are random. But what we're saying is that if the nature influences your decision making in a battle, we would want to encode it. Which, like, the point of what we're doing right now is we're discussing how are we going to encode the current state of what's happening into a vector of numbers. So maybe we can leave out nature. Like, nature probably doesn't make a difference anyways. Like, even if you knew the nature of the opponent, you probably wouldn't change your mind about what you're doing. So we can probably actually remove that. Item matters, ability matters, because there are plenty of Pokemon that, you know, have Levitate. So if they have Levitate, you don't want to use a ground type move. Obviously the moves matter, and there's like 860 moves. Species, I'm pretty sure there's like 900-ish Pokemon at this point. But what's in the Unova Dex? That goes up to 650. So even if we limit it to just Pokemon Black, yeah, we're at about 25,000 rows, or 25,000 columns of data. So that kind of makes sense. The biggest drawback is the moves. We could do like in here, instead of having 4 slots, just do an integer, but I worry about performance. If the number in the value is what slot it is, I worry about performance of the model. That it might not be able to pick apart that too much. But what the heck, I think maybe it makes more sense. It saves us like 3,000 columns to do it that way. 200-ish items, 860 moves, 100 potential status conditions or so. I can get a more accurate estimate for that too. If I look at yeah, basically not one hot encoding the moves, but instead of it being a 1 or a 0, it's the number slot that the move's in. 0 means you don't have the move, 1 means it's in the first slot, so on and so forth. We're already not one hot encoding the opponent moves because it doesn't matter what slot they're in, so we don't care. But for the user moves, that was the rationale behind not doing this. But I think it will probably be okay. The main thing is we just want to reduce this number as much as we can. Like, I think it's gonna be, no matter what, higher than 20,000. Oh, there's also a couple of other conditions. We also need to add, like, the battle conditions. So there are, but it's relatively small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different fields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different weather effects. Yeah, so basically another 20 things for the battle effects. Just 20 columns of, like, what's going on the field. Okay, so I think this makes sense. Yeah, I think this makes sense. But that's about it for today's stream, because I don't think we can really get too much further on this without diving in all the way. And this is about the time for me to end stream. It's past midnight here. Thanks everybody for watching. It was a really productive stream. We started today by pulling the code, making some changes to it, and pushing it. Now it's just it'll just be a matter of waiting to see if those changes get approved. As always, all of the code for the projects that we work on is pushed to Bitbucket, or not Bitbucket, GitHub. And like, if you want to play around with anything yourself, feel free, absolutely to. Yeah, no worries. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday. I didn't stream last Tuesday because I was sick. But yes, one of the things that I'm doing tomorrow, I have filmed some videos. I just need to get them finished up editing and uploaded tomorrow. But tomorrow is actually a national holiday in Japan. But yeah, absolutely. Check out the stream if you're interested next week. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays, 6:30 to about midnight Japan time. Whatever that is for you, you might have to do the conversion yourself. And tomorrow I'll be uploading my first couple of YouTube videos to the channel, other than VODs that I've been uploading up till now, so that you can kind of catch up a little bit if you haven't seen the start of this project. But thanks everybody, it was a really productive stream. I really appreciate the interesting conversations we were able to have today. Thanks everybody. I'll see you guys next Tuesday, hopefully.